See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Again, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half. We thank oracle.com for their support. Lori Calvasina with us here. Okay, the financials. You're going to tell me I'm supposed to look at what? Regionals, super regionals, less than super regionals, some bank I don't know in Oklahoma. Which financials?
I like the regionals, thinking roughly kind of like the Russell 2000, kind of regional banks. I think you generally see that.
Can you give me one example, not to buy them?
The compliance guys will shoot me with a bolt of lightning.
You should say our compliance gods are tougher than yours. Continue.
No, I've agreed never to say stock on TV.
No, that's okay.
But the as I do parse out the valuations, what we see very clearly is across the Russell 3000, your regional banks are giving you the best valuations. We look at that on a median basis, so think of kind of SMIDI, kind of like your bigger, small caps, so to speak. Kind of some of the more kind of well-established ones, kind of more tried and true names on Wall Street, like the Markstrom cover, for example. I do think the investment banks, which has been, really kind of the what everyone's loved to love because of the M&A trade, I would still maybe fade those relative to the regionals because I just don't think you have the same valuation appeal. And I don't know that a ton of uncertainty was alleviated this morning. And that's been the big thing, sort of holding back some of those transactions.
I would think the news today about...
And that's a good thing. That's a good thing because that will give you an opportunity to deploy more cash into the market. So you're buying in. So when it does pop above the all-time high, you make a decent profit. All right? Buy in when there's stress. I mean, wake up. Donald J. Trump gave you a gift. And if you didn't listen, you almost missed out.
Now, I don't make forecasts on them, but I've been telling people part of why we want to own the financials is they benefit when that indicator moves up, they outperform. And it's so bad as a strategist, even though we all feel lousy and we're kind of, pushing back on some of this trade stuff, you have to look for inflections.
Barron's this weekend played up buffer funds with pro and con comments. I don't want to get into, do I support him? Belchunas will explain this when he shows up, if he shows up.
Yeah.
But a buffer fund is basically, I want to be in equities, but I'm scared stiff and I need something less volatile. I'm translating, folks. Don't, not a pinata here for the ETF business. Lori Calvasina, if the public is demanding buffer funds because they're scared stiff, do you frame it as a single-digit future, or can we get still addicted to a double-digit equity return?
I think that we have to see what happens with the international investor and their affinity for U.S. equities. And we know that the economic policy backdrop is more uncertain than it was in the past. That tends to be well correlated with PEs as well. So I feel like we're setting up for a period of less robust returns because, the door to Europe has been opened, for example, and the policy environment is more volatile than it's been in the past, and that's probably not going to change entirely. So, it's not to say equities can't do well, but I feel like we have lost some of the tailwinds that we have in the past.
So,
it's not to say equities can't do well, but I feel like we have lost some of the tailwinds.
Hopefully, I'm good Monday was straight reach day for those that were sure. What do we do here? What's the call with your RBC clients straight reach day today?
So look, I think it's enjoy the day. Let's get some more information. There are a bunch of big retailers that are coming out in the next 2 weeks, and ultimately they matter more than what I think about what just came out. So I think, enjoy the day. We have not wanted people to be wholly defensively positioned. We're not overweight healthcare. Some of our concerns in that sector are playing out. Just the disruption risk. We keep seeing one thing after another coming at that sector. So I would stay balanced. We still like the financials. We still like comm services. And there was a moment, right, where it looked like tariffs might hit that sector as well. That seems to have gone away. But I would stay balanced. I would stick with higher quality stocks. We are seeing that that's generally outperforming in the factor data. And to the extent you want to be defensive, do it through utilities.
There you go.
Lori, thank you so much. Lori Calvasina with us this morning. Really appreciate that. With RBC Capital Markets, S&P up 172 points, 15 minutes away. Sign, do we have any timing on the president's comments? I haven't heard a word from 9:30. Thank you for that. 9:30 is a schedule, usually late as any president will be. And have to play Bears. Secretary of Treasury Bessent, dead on timing this morning. He was very prompt as well. But we're advantaged by that with a Dow of 1,059 points on futures, always prompt with our news in New York City. Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom Ball. Lisa, U.S. and Chinese officials say they have reached a deal to roll back most of their recent tariffs and call a 90-day pause so they can keep talking to resolve their trade disputes. The U.S. has agreed to drop its 145% tariff rate on Chinese goods to 30%, while China has agreed to lower its rate on U.S. goods from 112.
All right, so very important to mention here, the USD Japanese yen is trading at 147.96. It was trading intraday at 148. Like I said, when there's less stress in the international market, the yen is going to weaken, the dollar is going to strengthen, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And we're going to see a higher equity market today. All right, with that, thank you for joining. My name is Dr. Paul Cottrell. Thank you for watching the live stream on Rumble. We're also live streaming on YouTube with the dashboard that's showing all live price movements of certain tickers, and also the Dow Jones feed. So if you want to take a look at that, please go to the YouTube feed and you can see the dashboard. You can also watch the larger screen or the dashboard version on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, under Broadcast Live. So we're live streaming 3 different ways: website, Rumble, and YouTube. We're simulcasting on X Spaces. If you have a question, type it in the chat, or you can ask for the mic. I'll pass the mic on, and we'll talk about what's going on with the news that we're covering today. It's an interactive show, so thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support my work by making sure that you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. Every time I publish on YouTube, I lose subscribers. It's part of their censorship. All right, it's very obvious. Right, so for certain people that actually hit the beach early on in 2020, we're censored, while others seem to be growing their channel as they pontificate about stuff that is questionable, to be nicely. All right, so please help support my work. I need your help, all right, to get past this YouTube censorship, all right? I literally have saved thousands of lives, literally, all right? I need your help to get over the stupid algorithmic censorship that's going on with YouTube. All right. You can also help support my work by donating. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my website, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I put all these videos out for free. I have thousands of videos for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. All right. So through the donations and through the paid membership of Patreon, help support this free transmission that I put out there. All right. But better yet, get the products that are on my store because they will help your health. These are products that I use. I take a very extensive anti-aging protocol. Most people can't afford it, but I try to bring it to an affordable level where you can target certain systems in your body. And what you're going to notice is that you're going to be healing your body, you're slowing down the aging process, and you'll just have more vitality. And the whole point is for you to be healthy, and you don't have to be on pharmacopoeia. Because when you're on pharmacopoeia, guess what? When you're taking all these medications when you're older, there's lots of side effects, and it costs money, all right? It may cost less because of what Trump is doing with his executive order with drug costs. But the point here is that you got to take charge of your own health. Nobody else will. And the biggest thing that we can do in the United States collectively is to get healthy individually, and our total health care costs will go down. The 2 biggest chronic diseases in the United States is heart disease and diabetes. And both of them, in the far majority of the patients, the majority of them is self-induced. Not all, but the far majority. So if you reduce the problems with lifestyle, if you start getting people living a healthier lifestyle, if you start getting the food supply healthier, you're going to have individuals that will have less problems into their geriatric years. It's that simple. And when we could save billions, tens of billions of dollars in healthcare costs. So please pay attention. This works. So before we listen to Trump, he might be speaking in about 8 minutes or so. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work. What are some of the things that you can get from my store? I have lots of stuff, and I take all this, all right? I take even more. But let's talk about Myotrol for a second. Myotrol is very important when you are 40 years of age or older. You have a harder time gaining muscle and a harder time maintaining that muscle. It's called atrophy. All right. Even if you're active, you'll notice that, you know what, gaining muscle is a little harder now. And the reason why is when you get older, your genes methylate. And when you have methylated genes, you're turning off your genes. It's just part of the normal aging process. All right. But you can take supplements that can help express certain genes that would have been expressed in your youthful years. Myotrol is one of those. Myotrol is a supplement that has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to be able to help you express the genes that will help to build muscle and maintain muscle, and it will help with your mitochondrial health. You need lots of mitochondria to have the energy to build the muscle and to maintain the muscle. So take Myotrol, do resistance training, you'll gain strength, you'll gain muscle, and reduce that atrophy. Really important. But it's not just for people that are 40 years of age or older. You can use this even if you're an athlete, younger or older, to help you with your strength gains. And it stacks really well with Gladiator barley, because Gladiator barley is a high density protein that does a whole bunch of other stuff that we'll talk about later. But the thing is take Myotrol, gain muscle, do resistance training, and it's a holistic approach. Eat better, get restful sleep, stack some of these other supplements to reduce inflammation, you'll recover quicker, and you'll just have more energy. And when you have more energy, you'll want to work out, you'll want to do things, you'll want to get out of the house and move around. When you start losing energy, you don't move around and you just atrophy more. So that's bad. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol. All right. With that, let's go to Bloomberg while we're waiting for Trump to talk here.
Rewriting the terms of their partnership to allow OpenAI to go public, while at the same time kind of preserving Microsoft's access to AI models. So kind of a win-win. We'll see what happens there. Sources say Chinese EV battery maker CATL has received enough interest for its IPO to cover its books early on its first day. And finally, tariffs, economic uncertainty causing advertisers to pull back at this week's TV upfronts. A report from market researcher iSpot shows only 28% of marketers want to increase their ad purchases during this time. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. On top.
Lisa Mateo, thanks so much. Quickly, your pulse reading, do the upfront still matter? For New York City, it's like a big deal, party time and all that, but is it?
We lost during these upfronts on network television. You could ask the question, why? But they still aggregate a pretty darn big
These are the
audience.
ads for NBC, CBS, ABC.
Yeah, but they package
and
the .com and everything. But
Let me recycle it, because for some reason their audio is not working.
it's also a good party.
Exactly.
Tavern on the Green, CBS had that for years. Stories there, Lisa.
Oh, good. Well, thank you, Lisa, for that. Everyone Publishing, Analog, Bloomberg chief economist, really acclaimed on Wall Street with an important note. Why the 90-day ratchet down? She says, quote, to save Christmas. That's the smartest thing I've heard yet, always from Anna Wong. Here's key. May and June, non-farm payroll bloodbath likely averted. Joining us now, Jennifer Lee, senior economist, BMO Capital. Mark, do you agree that the unemployment debacle predicted ebbs away?
Good morning, and thank you for having me on. I don't know if I would have always called it a debacle, but I think it's certainly, this pause is certainly good news, and I think it pushes off any kind of super uber negativity out a little bit further. This is all, of course, it's going to depend on what happens after the 90 days. I wanted to say that when they first had that first round of the 90-day pause and markets were rejoicing, my first thought was, okay, what happens after the 90 days? What happens when we hit the 90-day mark? With the trade talks. So my question still remains. With
now pay attention to what I was saying for the ones that were listening about the heteroscedastic part of VIX. Now again, I did my Ph.D. in this, all right? So trust me, I know about chaos theory and elevated risks and volatility, all right? All right, I said every 2.5 to 3 months, you have a heteroscedastic event, all right, in the VIX. And what that means is you'll have a spike, but the magnitude of the spike will change. All right. What are we talking about here? 90 days. It's already baked in the cake. All right. But normally what happens with these types of complex systems, how they behave, is it spikes up severely, and subsequent spikes after the 2.5 or 3 month mark, those spikes are less. They go down. And then another spike will happen 3 months later, and it's even the high point of that spike will be less than the previous two. All right. So we were in the 50s in the VIX when this happened 4 weeks ago. All right. And we'll probably see another spike that's in the 30s. And then we'll see another spike that's in the high 20s. That's what I suspect over these subsequent increments of 3 months. And she's already, Bassent has already said it, and this economist from BMO Capital, all right, sort of said it. But this is how it works. Now, why is that so important? Well, important futures contracts start to expire. People are readjusting their portfolio in a quarterly manner. That's part of it. Movement of people in the United States. Some people start to change their residency, maybe in the summer. So you're talking about, in the end of H1, maybe the beginning of H2. All right. When the kids get out of school, all right, the market's open. And, there's just social dynamics. But there's also market clearing dynamics on why this 3 month mark seems to be the 2.5 to 3 month mark happens. And when you have a fund that's in distress and you need to borrow money, or you need to sell some assets to gain capital, and you do dollar cost averaging, and you're worried about outflows, it usually takes about 90 days to either blow up the fund or to save the fund. So it kicks the can down the road to be able to potentially recover some of those losses and outflows out of the fund. Banking stress can be mitigated with short-term lending between each other. That's why so far SOFR is important to start to watch, to take a look at. It used to be LIBOR, but taking a look at the 1 month and the 3 month, is those interest rates going up or down? If they go up, that means there's interbanking stress. All right, so this is the reason why that 3 month heteroscedastic dynamic is taking place with VIX. I'm willing to bet that Alex Jones couldn't explain it.
A setup for the president here at the White House. He is not near the lectern yet, but I noticed.
Okay, so here we go. So with the open, the S&P 500 is now at 5,815.
VIX is trading at 1944. So I said below 20 would be good. We've already gone past the 5,750 barrier. So we're at the 5,812 for the S&P 500. Euro USD is trading at 1.11. Dollar is actually strengthening. Well, all these economists were saying that the dollar was going to crash. Oil is trading at 63.19. BITO is trading at 21.95. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 147.84. Gush is spiking up. That's a long ETF for oil producers. That's at 22.8. DRIP, which is the short ETF for that, is trading down at 10.1. And another ETF that's important to take a look at when trading oil is UCO, which is a long ETF. That's trading at 21.98. Natural gas is trading at 3.65. So everything seems positive. Now, the thing that I am a little bit surprised at is it's not a big pop for Bitcoin. Now, that could be just the flow of funds, not going into exotics right now. And we may see that tomorrow. I don't know. Intraday trading overnight did trade above the 105, 105,000 mark, but Bitcoin's trading at 104. I would have thought that Bitcoin would have traded in 106 range. But that's where we're at right now.
An Apple computer, $2.
There you go.
I mean, it was 212-ish, I think, earlier, so a little bit off the enthusiasm that we saw 2 hours ago.
And Jennifer, how about the inflation outlook out there? How are you kind of thinking about that these days?
This has certainly helped, again, this has helped cool the, a lot of the price pressures. So, but we still see inflation rising, but just not obviously as much as we had anticipated earlier. So we'll see how, again, all this plays out, whether or not, we are going to be coming to an agreement at 30% and 10% by the end of this 90 days. But we're also seeing a lot of, even before today, we're already seeing a lot of front loading when everybody was getting out there, get your stuff now while you can, while you're able to, while the prices are still low. So we're probably going to see more front loading in case the 90 days does not result in a firm, a deal, in case something falls apart again. One never knows. So we're probably going to see some more front loading. But again, I think it's still going to put a lot less pressure on inflation. And I'm not sure what it's going to do for the Fed either. A little less pressure for the Fed as well.
Well, wait a couple days on the Fed call as well. I think that would make a lot of sense. Jennifer Lee, I think 90 days gets us out. Paul, help me with the math. 5 + 3 is August.
Yep.
So we're popping into September, is sort of the end of Q3 when we get a redo of whatever Trump angst we're going to get. And with that, Jennifer Lee, is the GDP call for the end of the year. So if we pull away from recession, is it a subpar under 2% GDP call, or can we do better?
We had growth picking up towards the end of the year, assuming that things were going to be settling down a bit. The Fed will be stepping in and saving the day a little bit. So we still anticipate a pickup, of course. Whether or not it's going to be subpar, again, I think it's way too early to say. Ask me in a week and we'll see how the talks are faring.
We'll have you back in a week. Jennifer Lee, thank you so much. BMO Capital Markets this morning. What a set of green on the screen to say the least. Dow 957 points. From the Interactive Broker Studios of Bloomberg Business Flash, the market's open. And you're Lisa Mateo.
Yes, we have this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer focuses the power of their thinking on you, creating customized plans to help achieve your goals. Put the power of Oppenheimer thinking into your investing, wealth management, capital markets, investment banking. Well, we've got hopes for the broader trade agreement between the U.S. and China really sparking this nice rally. The S&P 500 up 2.5%, 145 points at 5,806. The Dow up more than 2%, 965 points, 42,210. And the NASDAQ up more than 3.5%, 647 points at 18,500. 577. The 2-year yield 3.99%. That's up 10 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.45%, and that's up 7 basis points. We have the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.7%. We have the Japanese yen, euro, and British pound down more than 1%. And news of the U.S.-China truce. Well, it has a lot of stocks on the move. I'll quickly get to a few of them. We have NVIDIA up more than 4%. Chip stocks, Advanced Micro Devices up more than 6%. Broadcom up about 5%. Even travel stocks like Delta Airlines up 7%. American Airlines up 7%. Consumer stocks, for example, Nike up 8%. We go to global shipping companies, Maersk up nearly 12%. And finally, shipping stocks. We have UPS up 6% and FedEx up more than 8%. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. All in Tom.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Greatly appreciate it. Again, down 965 points. The president from the Roosevelt Room, we're waiting for that. We'll see as we get there right now. I think they're just still sitting. Why don't you bring in our next esteemed guest, who's frankly more important than comments from the president?
Eric Balchunas joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Eric does all the ETF work for Bloomberg Intelligence. Eric, it's a risk-on day today. What have you seen over the last?
Reset this.
What have ETF investors?
Sometimes
it's
the
interesting.
speaker, for some reason, has to be reset.
Interesting. In the U.S., U.S. investors have not given up on America.
Not typically 90% of their flows go into U.S. This year 84%. So only a little bit.
Yep.
Europe, half their money went into U.S. last year. This year 3%.
Really?
Yeah. So Europe is over it. Europe clearly is selling America. Canada, Asia, about even. So outside of Europe, everybody is still with the U.S. exceptionals in trade. And then, so the Vanguard bid, and I think even some trading money in the rally since April and been rewarded for it.
What is retail doing? Paul and I learned, I think, 10 days ago that even in the flood.
That we've seen. Am I right, people? So we're in the top 5. VU. Paul, take notes over there. So, by the way, look at VU, which is the bank.
It's taken in $57 billion this year.
Is that normal?
No. That's about 50% beyond the record pace for an ETF ever.
See, I mean, the retail investors are extraordinary.
Look, I think three reasons. Number one, I think a lot of people just have given up on market timing. They've been burned. They're like, I can't figure this out. It's too hard. Number two, they really just do believe U.S. is where to get growth and more return than the rest of the world or cash. And number three, they got the best product, best deal ever made, a 3 basis point in. Damn, I'm married to it.
Yep.
You add those three things, and I think they kill fear.
How about for the Europeans? Are you expecting to see that
back? Is that what typically happens? They can be a little resentful. For them, I think there could be some, as Tom Lee put it, rage selling. Okay, yeah, you heard that? Yeah. There's some rage selling going on, and I understand. Will there be rage buying in this rally? I don't know. I know in Asia, they just want returns. There's more of a gambling culture, so the U.S. coming back, Asia will probably still buy in. Europe is a big question mark, but Europe has done better than the U.S. this year. So until the U.S. takes over in performance, I bet Europe sticks to what they're doing.
Is it wait for the president in the Roosevelt room, a chart to the next with a red bar chart, I should say, a signing table for executive orders to the right of the lectern as the president looks out? We're still awaiting the president of the United States. Instead, we have the president of ETFs with us, Eric Balchunas.
Opening act.
I'm going to do an Eric Balchunas security here. So, BitDog went from 70, it's a failure, to 104 this morning. Did it go with no love? Like, did people sell out? And now there's like seller's remorse in Bitcoin?
Probably a little. I was on stage with Robbie Bitchute of BlackRock. He's the crypto guy, has Larry's ear. He told me when Bitcoin decoupled that day about 3 weeks ago, where it went up and SPX went down,
1 moment.
he got a lot of incoming calls from some big fish. And in the past 2 or 3 weeks, IBIT in particular has taken in 90% of the flows into Bitcoin ETFs. And because it's the most liquid, I think you have some bigger institutions biting. The other thing is this idea. doing it, making reserves out of, I believe, New Hampshire and Arizona. So I think a lot of people are like, well, if the governments, the companies, and the ETFs are all buyers, I better get ahead of this. So I think that's why you have a little melt up. What's the flavor?
Here's some music from your library.
What's something that you guys are looking at? Is some triple leverage, something craziness that you? Yeah, you can tell me. There's a 2x D-Wave computing ETF. And it was up 77% on Friday, which I think is a record for a one-day performance of an ETF.
They're making 2x stock ETFs of stocks that are like the most volatile. And so when they pop, they pop. And so that was one. And by the way, and it saw a 16-time jump in volume. So the performance did bring in the degens. There we go. That's a pretty good answer, right?
Somebody in a major Wall Street firm, I keep looking over your folks, and Lisa Mateos, Lisa's got up on the TV, you can't see it, folks, but on the TV screens, she's got up all the morning wellness programs to try to get us to be gluten-free. Okay, fine. So up we go. Things are great. The marketing guys are in gear here in ETF land. And they stole triple leverage from me. I get that. Is it just replacing margin on Wall Street?
Yeah, to a degree. I think so.
Do you see evidence
Yeah.
that the triple leveraged NVIDIA fund is trading the cash flow they get from margin?
Because at the end of the day, anybody can roll out of bed, open up their Schwab account, and buy a 2x stock ETF.
Yeah, we call that Lisa's kids.
It's a little harder to go on margin. Do I leverage up or short something? The ETFs have made it just so ridiculous easy to do what you would call margin.
I got to ask. I mean, this is a security, folks. We're here with a Dow up 1,026.
The thing is that that's very true, and you don't get a margin call, so you don't. So that's another thing that's important. But you do get tracking error, especially with these leveraged ETFs relative to the underlying. So tracking it there's a little bit of an error. That's why there's tracking error between BITO and Bitcoin. But you also have sometimes when there is stress in the ETF, they're going to do reverse split. And when there's reverse split, you have less shares. So let's say you had 10,000 shares and then they do a 2-for-1 reverse split, or 1-for-2, however you want to say it. Then instead of 10,000 shares, you have 5,000 shares. All right. So, you have to be careful of that because sometimes these ETFs will do these reverse splits, but sometimes they do a split and you get more shares. I remember during the crisis of 2020 with the oil market, and that's what happened with Gush. Gush did reverse split. All right. And so when the oil price plummeted, these long ETFs for the this is like a black swan event, right? That what happened in 2020. So oil was trading at like $6 a barrel, all right, for a very short amount of time, within minutes. But it traded at $6 a barrel. Now, some of those ETFs that were tied to oil or those energy producers, those ETFs were hit, and that the price plummeted. And they had to do a reverse split to be able to buoy up the price. All right. And so it hurt individuals that had many shares within that ETFs. So with these leverage funds and or ETFs and just regular ETFs, you have to be careful of that there are times that there may be an illiquid situation that may harm the price, and they have to do a reverse split. All right. You have to also be careful on your strategies with the longing and the shorting of that particular ETF. Usually these ETFs have a long leg and a short leg. All right. And you can do complex strategies like I do. I'm not going to tell you how I do it, but because it's way too advanced for people to do it at home. But the thing is that you can do these complex strategies and almost mimic a option market. All right, but you got to know what you're doing. Most people don't know what they're doing. So, so there is a level of, even though ETFs have opened up the market for the novice and allowed them to do amazing things, it has also opened up the market for people that are not novice, that are experts, that can do complex strategies without having a margin call. So, all right. Let's go back to, before we go to Bloomberg, because it's looking like Trump is going to be speaking very soon here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these structural nano silver soaps that I have. They are very high quality soaps. These are soaps that I use. You can get it in lavender. You can get it in peppermint. You can also get it in lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. So the lemongrass and the charcoal tea tree. Get a few bars for your household. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. They're very high quality soaps made from structural nano silver. Help support my work, and you get free content by doing this. All right, you're helping support your health. You're helping support the work that I do to create these videos for free, and you learn about specific things. Like, for example, let me give you an example. Not only am I talking about the news and giving you my opinion, which I think is valuable, but I'm giving you support levels. Let's say for the S&P 500. The S&P 500 right now is trading at 5,801 right now. Okay? And like I said on Friday, if you break the 5,750 barrier, you're increasing the chances of hitting 6,000. All right? So now, because we're above the 5,750 barrier, that is now a support level. Now, it's not a structural support level. It's not a fib sequence support level, but 5,500 is. So you have a support level of 5,750, and you have a support level at 5,500. So if the market did in a few days go back down, these are important points to be able to deploy more money. And then you're going to have this trading range between maybe 5,750 and 5,850, or 5,750 and 5,500. But you know where that support level is. Structural support level based on fib sequence at 5,500, more psychological support level at 5,750. All right? Because of the dead cat bounce since this market sell-off 4 weeks ago. All right? But we're trading above that. So if we can close above that today and have a few sessions that are positive with the trade news, the tariff news, then we're going to be marching to 6,000, not far from now. That's intelligence, right? That's tactical information, intel for you to use to be able to make money. So I give you specifics, not just, oh, the market's going to go up. I'm giving you where to deploy money. Okay, Trump, it looks like he's going to talk now.
Should be fun. I don't know. You'll maybe find reasons why it's not, but I can't imagine, because we have a lot of great things happening. It's been a very strong week and a very strong weekend. Before we begin, let me say a few words about
that speaker is not working.
For the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these. They really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're gonna do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not gonna do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it, that I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're gonna stop. And they have, and they did it for a lot of reasons, but trade is a big one. We're gonna do a lot of trade with Pakistan. We're gonna do a lot of trade with India. We're negotiating with India right now. We're gonna be soon negotiating with Pakistan. And we stopped the nuclear conflict. I think it could have been a bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed, so I'm very proud of that. I also want to thank Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio for their work and efforts. They worked very hard on that. We also, as you know, created a situation where the Houthis, for the first time ever, have ceased firing, and they've let it be known that they're not going to be firing at American ships anymore. They're not going to be firing at Americans anymore. This was a heavy barrage that lasted for approximately 50 days. And as you know, they've been in war essentially for forever. But over the last 10 years, they've been very difficult for other countries. Nobody was able to do what we did. But they stopped, and we take their word for it. The surrogates and them directly said, we don't want to do this anymore. And so we were satisfied with that. In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the largest structural issues. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are already on, that are our tariffs, and it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that, or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals, because we want to bring the pharmaceutical businesses back to the United States, and they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs. Because they don't want to pay 25, 50, or 100% tariffs, so they're moving them back to the United States. I spoke to Tim Cook this morning, and he's going to, I think, even up his numbers, $500 billion. He's going to be building a lot of plants in the United States for Apple, and we look forward to that. I really do look forward to that. But the talks in Geneva were very friendly. The relationship is very good. We're not looking to hurt China. China was being hurt very badly. They were closing up factories. They were having a lot of unrest. And they were very happy to be able to do something with us. And the relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week. We have some other things we're doing. But one of the biggest things that we're doing, and I don't know if people realize this, but we made a great deal with China, a great trade deal, but it was a much bigger deal originally, and then they canceled it right in the last day. Some of you faces I remember were there when that happened. I remember you. And we had a deal where they opened up their country to trade with the United States, and they took that away at the last moment, and then I canceled the whole thing, and then 6 months later we ended up doing a smaller deal, but it was a big deal. It was $50 billion worth of product that they were going to purchase from our farmers, etc. And we agreed to that. People thought it was 15 because they were doing 15. We made it 50 because I misunderstood the 15. I said, you got to get 50. Because when I asked, if you remember the story, when I asked, what are we doing with them? My Secretary of Agriculture at the time, Sonny Perdue, said, sir, it's about 15 billion and we're asking for 15. And I thought he said 50. So I said, so they came back with the deal at 15, and I said, no way, I want 50, because you said 50. They said, sir, we didn't say that. Anyway, bottom line, I said, go back and ask for 50, and they gave us 50. And they were honoring the deal, and we would call them up a lot for the corn and for the wheat and for everything. They were honoring the deal, and then when Biden got in, they no longer honored the deal. There was nobody to call. I would call on an average of once every 2 weeks to say, come on, you have to speed it up a little bit. And our farmers were doing great. I said to them, buy more land and bigger tractors, if you remember. That's what happened. But the deal was a very good deal. But the best part of the deal was that we opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy products that they have never been able to buy. Would have been great for American business. I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China and the United States. And the bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. We were all set to sign it. And I would a little bit angry. I get a little angry. They said they canceled it. The deal was done. It was all ready to be signed. And people went over there, came back to me, sir, they don't want to sign the opening up China. Well, the biggest thing that we're discussing is the opening up China, and they've agreed to do that. But it's going to take a while to paper it. You know, that's not the easiest thing to paper. But that's the single, I think, to me. Some people would disagree. Some people would say we're getting a lot of money with tariffs or whatever. But, you know, especially when you add what we already have. Because remember, we're already getting the 50% on steel and different things. That's not included in these numbers. So you can add that. But the biggest thing to me is the opening up. I think it would be fantastic for our businesses if we could go in and compete with China. It would be a lot of jobs for China. It would be, I think, at a time when they can frankly use the jobs. And that's what we're talking about. So that's a very, very important element to add. So when Scott, I watched him speak the other day, and I think he didn't want to say it, but I said, it's okay to say it. Look, if we don't get it, we don't get it. But if we don't get it, it won't be a positive thing. But if we do get it, I think it's maybe the most important thing to happen. Because if you think about it, we opened up our country to China. They have very few restrictions. And they didn't open their country to us. Never made sense to me. It's not fair. And they've agreed to open China, fully open China. And I think it's going to be fantastic for China. I think it's going to be fantastic for us. And I think it's going to be great for unification and peace. China will also suspend and remove all of its non-monetary barriers. They've agreed to do that. Well, they're very numerous. But again, to me, the biggest thing that came out of that meeting is they've agreed. Now we have to get it papered, but they've agreed to open up China. It'll be great for everybody. And third, I'm very happy to announce that Idan Alexander, an American citizen who until recently most thought was no longer living, thought was dead, is going to be released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be released before the eyes of Steve Witkoff, who's done a fantastic job. I know a lot of people that have a lot of talent. I know Steve had a lot of talent. But I know a lot of people with a lot of talent, but there's one that I thought had a special way about him, special personality, aside from being a good deal maker, had a special way about him, and it was Steve. Knew very little about the subject matter, who does, but he learned it in about 2 hours, and he's been fantastic. So I want to just thank Steve, but they're going to be releasing Idan in about 2 hours from now, or sometime today, let's say. And again, they thought he was dead just a short while ago. His parents are so happy. They're so happy. So it's, as you know, Idan's the only American citizen who's captured and held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. And he's coming home to his parents, which is really great news. I mean, to me, it's big news. They thought he was dead. So that's it. So we'll be heading there, and we'll be seeing 3 primary countries. You know all about that: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. On Thursday's meeting with Russia and Ukraine is very important. I was very insistent that meeting take place. I think good things can come out of that meeting. Stop the bloodshed of the horrible, it's a bloodbath That 5,000 more, it's really much more, trying to be conservative, more than 5,000 soldiers. Russian, they're not American soldiers, they're from Russia, they're from Ukraine, but they're people. They're human souls, and they're being killed at levels that we haven't seen since the Second World War. And it's every week. A lot of drone fighting. It's a whole new form of warfare, and it's violent and vicious. And so that's it. I'd like to go back to China just for a second. They're very heavy on the fentanyl. We're charging them, as you know, 20% for the fact that they send fentanyl into our country. And they've agreed that they're going to stop that. And, you know, they'll be rewarded by not having to pay, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So the fentanyl should stop. It comes from China. It's amazing. And comes through our southern border, comes through our northern border too, comes through Canada, and comes through our southern border, much more through the southern border. But so that's a very important subject to me, because everybody in this room has lost friends or people that have family members that have died of fentanyl. So there's a big incentive for China to stop, and I take them at their word. They're going to work on that, I think, very hard. And one thing, when they work on something, they get it done. So now I'm about to depart on a historic visit. Some of you are going with us to, as I said, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Before I do, I'll sign one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. I don't think there's ever been anything signed like this, certainly not with respect to healthcare, nothing even close. I'm delighted to be joined on this occasion by Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's doing a really good job, I have to tell you that. CMS Administrator and friend of mine, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is an amazing guy. You know, I was telling Bobby before, Oz had a very successful show, but it hurt his reputation. Because when you're in show business, it hurts your reputation a little bit. It's good for you, but in terms of professionalism and being a doctor, it sort of hurts your reputation. This guy went to the best schools, was the best, I mean, top of the line. Then he did a television show, became a success, made a lot of money, all that stuff, but it sort of hurt him. And you know what I compare that to? I hate to say this, but a special woman, Janine Pirro. She was the toughest, smartest DA, maybe in our countries, in our cities and states, history, New York. She was really tough, really sharp. Then she did a show, and people didn't think of her quite the same way. Became more of an entertainment person, like Oz. Oz is not an entertainment. He's not really an entertainer. You know the real story, and she isn't either. She is unbelievable. She was one of the strongest district attorneys in the history of New York, highly respected, very tough, went after the drug dealers at a level that you don't see today anymore. And hopefully she's given up she's leaving the #1 show on cable television, one of the #1 shows on television, period, the 5, but they've got great people left behind, but she was a big part of it. And so I equated to that. Janine Pirro is unbelievable. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary, with a reputation that's second to none, and the job he's doing already has been fantastic. Thank you, Marty. And Director of National Institute of Health, Jay Bhattacharya, who has been, as you know, from Stanford, so highly regarded, and have all been working with us very hard on this. And the question they would ask, being a little bit new to the government aspect of it, is why doesn't somebody fight the drug price situation, meaning equalization? There's a term, it's called equalization. Nobody wants to mention that term. And I'm not knocking the drug companies, I'm really more knocking the countries than the drug companies, because they're forced to do things. But the drug lobby is the strongest lobby in this country, they say, the drug lobby. It's between that and lawyers. And they have a lot of power. But starting today, the United States will no longer subsidize the health care of foreign countries, which is what we were doing. We're subsidizing others' health care. The countries where they paid a small fraction of what, for the same drug, that what we pay many, many times more for. And we'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from Big Pharma, but again, it was really the countries that forced Big Pharma to do things that frankly, I'm not sure they really felt comfortable doing, but they've gotten away with it, these countries. European Union has been brutal. And the drug companies actually told me stories. It was just brutal how they forced them. And European Union suing all our companies, Apple, Google, Meta, they're suing all our companies. They end up, they have judges that are European Union centric, and they get rewarded 15 billion, 17 billion, 20 billion, and they use that to run their operation. Not going to happen any longer, that I can tell you. So what's been happening is we've been subsidizing other countries throughout the world, not just in Europe, throughout the world. European Union was the most difficult from what I understand. I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. He's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. Said, President, could I ask you a question? Well, I'm in London and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I paid $1,300. What the hell is going on? He said, so I checked. And it's the same box, made in the same plant, by the same company. It's the identical pill that I buy in New York. And here I'm paying $88 in London. In New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have. But he was stunned. But it was just one of those stories. And I brought it up with the drug companies, represented by somebody who's very, very smart, good person too. And we argued about it for about half an hour. And then finally he just said, because they can't justify it, he just said, look, you got me. I can no longer they've been justifying this crap for years. They said, oh, it's research and development. Well, I said, well, research and development, other countries should pay research and development too, it's to their benefit. It was just one of those things, and the other countries would set a price, and they'd meet the price, and they'd say, if you don't meet the price, you can't sell it in our country. I said, well, then you walk away, and they'll cut you back, and they'll sell it in the country, but now they'll have to do that. So for the first time in many years, we'll slash the cost of prescription drugs, and we will bring fairness to America. Drug prices will come down by much more, really, if you think 59. If you think of a drug that is sometimes 10 times more expensive, it's much more than the 59%. It depends on the way you want to analyze it, but in one way you could analyze it that way. But between 59 and 80, and I guess even 90%. So when I worked so hard in the first term, and if I got prices down, remember I was the only one to ever get prices down for a full year. But I'd get them down like 2%, and I thought it was like a big deal. Well, we're getting them down 60, 70, 80, 90%. But actually more than that, if you think about it in the way mathematically. And Pharma has to say, we're sorry, but we'll not be able to do this any longer to these countries that have been so tough. They've been very tough, nasty. It's trade. And pharma is also very powerful. And the Democrats have protected pharma. This is the Democrats have protected pharma. These are the Democrats. And by the way, I just called the Speaker of the House, and I just called the leader, our leader in the Senate, Mike Johnson. Spoke to both of them. I said, when you score, you're going to have to score two things. You're going to have to, number one, score that hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is coming in. But even bigger than that, you're going to have to score that your costs for Medicaid, Medicare, and just basically pharmaceuticals and drugs is going down at a level that nobody has ever seen before. It'll pay for the Golden Dome. I see the Golden Dome is there, see? That'll easily pay for the Golden Dome. And we'll have a lot of money left over. We need the Golden Dome, by the way, in this world. Although this world's a lot safer today than it was a week ago, and a lot safer than it was 6 months ago. We had people that had no clue what they were doing. So today, Americans spend 70% more for prescription drugs than we spent in the year 2000. Think of that. Our country has the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by sometimes a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times. It's not like they're slightly higher, that 6, 7, 8 times. There are even cases of 10 times higher. So that you go 10 times more expensive for the same drug, that's big numbers. Even though the United States is home to only 4% of the world's population, pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not a good thing. Now, I think, by the way, pharmaceutical, I have great respect for these companies and for the people that run them. I really do. And I think they did one of the greatest jobs in history for their company, convincing people for many years that this was a fair system. And nobody really understood why, but I figured it out. For years, pharmaceutical and drug companies have said that research and development costs were what they are, and for no reason whatsoever. They had to be borne by America alone. Not anymore, they don't. This means American patients were effectively subsidizing socialist healthcare systems in Germany, in all parts of the European Union. They were the toughest of all. They were nasty. And I see that with trade. The European Union is in many ways nastier than China. Okay? And we just started with them. Oh, they'll come down a lot. You watch. We have all the cards. They treated us very unfairly. They sell us 13 million cards. We sell them none. They sell us their agricultural products. We sell them virtually none. They don't take our products. That gives us all the cards. And very unfair. So they're going to have to pay more for health care, and we're going to have to pay less. That's all it is. Believe it or not, because it's really the world we're talking about, not just the European Union, but because it's the world, the numbers are for the healthcare company not as bad as you would think. They'll make the same. I think the healthcare companies should make pretty much the same money. I really don't believe they should be affected very much because it's just a redistribution of wealth. It's a redistribution where it could be the same top line, but it's going to be distributed differently. Europe's going to have to pay a little bit more. The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more, and America's going to pay a lot less. Again, because it's a much smaller population than when you think of the whole world. So basically what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best word. We're going to equalize. We're all going to pay the same. We're going to pay what Europe's going to pay. We're going to all pay. Now, there may be some countries in dire need, and I would be willing to sacrifice that and help them. But it's called most favored nation. We are going to pay the lowest price there is in the world. We will get whoever is paying the lowest price. That's the price that we're going to get. So remember that. So we're no longer paying 10 times more than another country. Whoever is paying the lowest price, we will look at that price and we will say that's the price we're going to pay. Most favored nations, that's what it is. One breast cancer drug costs Americans over $16,000 per bottle, but the same drug from the same factory, manufactured by the same company, is 1/6 that price in Australia and 1/10 that price in Sweden. 1/10 for the identical product. A common asthma drug costs almost $500 here in America, but costs less than $40 in the United Kingdom. So $40 in the United Kingdom, which is where this gentleman told me he paid a small amount for his shot. But think of that, so $40 versus $500 here. That's not even bad, there are much worse examples. And the weight loss drug, Ozempic, costs 10 times more in the United States than in the rest of the developed world. 10 times more, why? Why? What did we do? Suckers. But we never had a president that had the courage to do this. And nobody knew the system like I do. I mean, I've gotten to know this system so well. And I don't think it's fair that it benefits Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. It's not a good health care. It works. I made it work. I had an obligation to make it work, or an obligation to let it die. I chose that we had to make it work. I had to make it as good as possible. And I had a choice. I could have let it fail or make it as good as possible. As good as possible means it was still not very good, but it survived. And we did the right thing. But this makes everything work. And I don't want to have a bad form of healthcare work because of the fact I was able to cut drug prices by 80 or 90%. So we're going to maybe come up with something. I think this gives the Republicans a chance to actually do a healthcare that's much better than Obamacare and for less money, which I think you guys would work on that along with Congress. But I do want to say that Democrats could have done this a long time ago. They have fought like hell for the drug companies, and they knew they were doing the wrong thing. And it's going to be very hard. I was just telling the leader and the speaker that it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to vote against the one big beautiful deal. The greatest tax cuts in history, greatest everything, but now you have the big drug prices because that's going to be included. It makes that whole situation different from a scoring standpoint. I just told them, I called them up about this. I said, I'm going to do something that's going to be very monumental, and you're going to be scoring. You better tell your people that this is going to score really well, and then add hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs to your list also. But as big as the tariffs are, this is something that really hits quickly. 5 years ago, I signed an executive order to confront this disaster, but only confront it in a minor way. It was a good confrontation, but never to this extent. It took people a little while to understand a very complicated system. But Joe Biden, without any knowledge of what he was doing, terminated the policy and then pretended to negotiate under a new system. And then you take a look, 5 out of the 10 drugs that he negotiated are now over 200% more expensive in America than the rest of the world, and far more expensive than when he even got involved. Much more expensive than when he got involved. Joe Biden's plan was as you know, because you wrote about it, you don't say it very loudly, but it was a very big failure, was his whole presidency. First, I'm directing the U.S. Trade Representatives and Department of Commerce to begin investigations into foreign nations that extort drug companies by blocking their products unless they accept bottom line and very low dollar amounts for their product, unfairly shifting the cost burden onto American patients. And we'll be taking a look at that very strongly. The biggest thing we're going to do is we're going to tell those countries, like those represented by the European Union, that that game is up. Sorry. And if they want to get cute, then they don't have to sell cars into the United States anymore. It's a very big subject. And they won't get cute because I'll defend the drug companies from that standpoint. They were given a price by the European unions and other countries. This is what you do. This is what we're going to pay. We're not going to pay anymore. Let America pay the difference because there was a big shortfall. Let America pay it. And that's what we did, but we're not doing it anymore. Next, my administration will secure what we're calling most favored nations drug pricing. The principle is simple. Whatever the lowest price paid for a drug in other developed countries, that is the price that Americans will pay. We're using the term other developed countries because there are some countries that need some additional help, and that's fine. I think that's very good. Some prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 50 to 80 to 90%. Big Pharma will either abide by this principle voluntarily or will use the power of the federal government to ensure that we are paying the same price as other countries. To accelerate these price restrictions and reductions. My administration will also cut out the middlemen. We're gonna totally cut out the famous middlemen. Nobody knows who they are, middlemen. I've been hearing the term for 25 years, middlemen. I don't know who they are, but they're rich, that I can tell you. We're gonna cut out the middlemen and facilitate the direct sale of drugs at the most favored nation price directly to the American citizen. So we're cutting out probably the middlemen. It's so important, right? We gotta do that. They're worse than the drug companies. They don't even make a product and they make a fortune. Good, very smart business people, that I can tell you. If companies make no significant progress toward most favored nation pricing, which we will insist that they do, so I think I'm wasting time talking about it, we're gonna insist upon it. And we'll insist that we're gonna help the drug companies with the other nations, because those other nations do a lot of trading with us. They need our trade just like China needed us very badly. They need us just as badly. We will do whatever we have to with trade, just like we did some great things with trade with India and Pakistan. Really helped the situation, very heated situation. It lost millions of people, more than millions, I mean, many millions of people. And I want to do business with America, but we never used our powers that way. We never knew how, we never had people that knew how to do that. We'll also open up America's market to safe and legal imports of affordable drugs from other countries, putting dramatic downward pressure on prices. And if necessary, we'll investigate the drug companies, and we'll, in particular, investigate the countries that are doing this, and we will add it onto the price that we charge them for doing business in America. In other words, we'll add it onto tariffs if they don't do what is right, which is everybody should equalize, everybody should say, pay the same price. And special interests may not like this very much, but the American people will. I am doing this for the American people. I'm doing this against the most powerful lobby in the world, probably the drug lobby, drug and pharmaceutical lobby. But it's one of the most important orders I think that's ever been signed, certainly with regard to healthcare or health in the history of our country, and it's an honor to be a part of it. And I'd like to ask Robert F. Kennedy to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an extraordinary day. This is an issue that, I grew up in the Democratic Party, and every major Democratic leader for 20 years has been making this promise to the American people. This was the fulcrum of Bernie Sanders' runs for presidency, that he was going to eliminate this discrepancy between Europe and the United States. But as it turns out, none of them were doing it. It's one of these promises that politicians make to their constituents, knowing that they'll never have to do it. And the reason they'll never have to do it is because they know that Congress is controlled in so many ways by the pharmaceutical industry. There's at least one pharmaceutical lobbyist for every congressman, every senator in Capitol Hill, and every member of the Supreme Court. By some estimates, 3. Pharmaceutical companies, the industry itself spends 3 times what the next largest lobbyist spends on lobbying. So this was an issue that people talked about, but nobody wanted to do anything because it was radioactive. They knew you couldn't get it by Congress. We now have a president who is a man of his word, who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the pharmaceutical industry too. I think they gave you $100 million, but he can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich who are saying that President Trump is on the side of the oligarchs. There has never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs than President Donald Trump. And I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your courage, I'll say, because I don't want to be crude, your intestinal fortitude, your stiff spine, and your willingness to stand up for the American people. We have 4.2% of the world's population. Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies. We spend in our country $1,100 $126 per capita on drugs. In Britain, they spend about 240. They spend 1/5 of what we do. And this is true across Europe. And the drug companies, Europeans, if you ask them, it made no sense what they're saying. America has to pay for this innovation or it's not going to happen. President Trump is saying to our European partners, is you got to raise the amount that you're paying for those drugs and pay for your share of the innovation. That the United States is no longer subsidizing that. If the Europeans raise the price of their drugs by just 20%, that is $10 trillion that can be spent on innovation, and the health of all people all across the globe is going to increase because we're going to have better products. So I'm just so grateful to be here today. I never thought that this would happen in my lifetime. I have a couple of kids who are Democrats, are big Bernie Sanders fans, and when I told them that this was going to happen, they had tears in their eyes because they thought this is never going to happen in our lifetime. And we finally have a president who's willing to stand up for the American people. Thank you, and Dr. Oz.
Thanks, Secretary Kennedy. This is the most powerful executive order on pharmacy pricing and healthcare ever in the history of our nation. And it's only happening because we have a president with the fortitude, the guts to stand up to the withering criticism and lobbying that's going to occur as soon as folks hear about the executive order. So on behalf of the child in Philadelphia who's got an autoimmune disease with $1,000 a month drug, or the older woman in Los Angeles who's on a blood thinner who can't afford her copay, I want to thank President Trump. God bless you for having the guts to take on this industry. Thank you, sir. So let's talk about the details a little bit. And this is primarily about equalization, as President Trump said. It's about fairness. Think of NATO as a metaphor. When President Trump said, you've got to pay a little more, so it makes sense for all of us, they came up. And European countries contributed. The same thing we believe will happen in this situation. Most people who have thought about this process agree that it is patently unfair to tolerate the numbers that Secretary Kennedy and President Trump have reflected to you. On this chart to my left is a list of the 10 drugs that were negotiated in the IRA. Again, this is the bill, the law, that regulates a negotiation process. This is the best price that was able to be obtained by the Biden administration. And if you look at these numbers, they actually reflect how much on top of the most favored nation price was being paid by the United States. So the closest to me, Biden, you can point to the Jardians, the closest one, 289%, the one that's closest to you. That means that we are paying in America 4 times more than that drug costs in other countries. Again, 100% is the baseline. It's 289% above that baseline. It goes all the way down to where we're paying 50% more than any other country. That's the range. As was pointed out by President Trump, half the time we're paying 3 times more than is paid in other countries. It doesn't make any sense for the system. That stated, President Trump has over and over again indicated, and Secretary Kennedy reflected as well, we want innovation. We want our technology partners doing the best they can to make the best solutions for drugs that cure as many people in America and around the world as possible. By getting our allies to pay a bit more, as they should be, and they should have for many years been doing, will course correct a problem that's gotten out of hand. And by doing that in a thoughtful, effective way, we're going to be able to get the pharmaceutical industry whole. Those jobs will still be here, will still be productive, will still be curing cancer and a slew of other ailments that plague humanity. America will still be the leader in this space, but we're paying the appropriate amount, the right-sized amount for those tasks. So over the next 30 days, the 4 of us up here, together with people who are staying in the back of this room, we're doing a lot of the heavy lifting, are going to be approaching pharmaceutical companies to talk specifically about what we want the most favored nation price to be based on the best data we have. We're looking forward to a thoughtful interaction with these corporate leaders, many of whom we've spoken to and in quiet will agree the system is not right the way it is. They're patriotic Americans, they want what's right. But the fact that in my lifetime, as Secretary Kennedy said, for the first time, we have a thoughtful and aggressive approach, thanks to President Trump, on taking on the special interests. We should give all Americans confidence that this is an administration that stands for fairness and should chill the waters for those who believe they can push us away from our North Star, which is to take care of the American people. Mr. President, God bless you. Jay, you want to go next?
So I teach economics at Stanford as well as health policy. And one thing that's really, really simple in economics is that when you have a persistent price difference for the same product between two countries, there's something deeply wrong. And what President Trump has done is a historic measure that should have been done a long time ago. What we're going to do is make sure that those prices become much closer to equal, like a competitive market you expect. Right now, what's happening is the American people are subsidizing in large fraction the research and development efforts for drug companies around the world by the higher prices that we pay. With this new order, Europe will share the burden of that. And in fact, if you may think of it as like as somehow it's like it's going after drug companies, actually it's helping drug companies. Because what we're also going to do with this order, what President Trump has done with this order, is he's said to European governments, look, if you are taking advantage of the drug companies by forcing them to charge very, very low prices, we're going to defend American drug companies in Europe. At the same time, we're standing up for the American consumer who's been paying far too high prices for far too long. I can go back decades to point to congressional report after government report after government report of tremendously high drug prices, much higher than the rest of the world. And nothing has been done about it until the moment. And I'm really, really proud, President Trump, so that you've done this. I'm really proud to be included in this. I'm looking forward to the work ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the many doctors I've talked to about this very issue, thank you for taking the bull by the horns. Presidents on both sides of the aisle have talked about this and floated it and said they wanted to do it. So you've had the courage to do it. Thank you. I've been a surgical oncologist at Johns Hopkins for 22 years, and I have seen patients suffer. We didn't take an oath to heal patients and then watch their life get ruined financially with their home, mortgage, retirement, going down the drain with GoFundMe campaigns, raising money from church communities and synagogues and friends they haven't seen in 20 years to try to raise money for what? For a system where Americans have been getting ripped off by 10, 12, 15 times higher prices than we see in other countries. The fundamental problem in healthcare is that we've had non-competitive markets. We can do little things around the edges, or we can transform those markets to competitive markets, and that's what this executive order does today. Imagine buying a Ford for $175,000, a regular car, and then hearing that people in London are buying it for $10,000 every day, all day long. That is the craziness of this system. We're going to do everything we can at the FDA to support this executive order. It's transformative. Thank you, Mr. President.
So thank you very much, everybody. I think it's a very important day in many ways. We'll start with the Houthis. We go to Pakistan and India. We go to what we did with China, the trade deal, and with UK. And by the way, many other deals are coming in very much. At a certain point, we'll just set the price because we know where we are. But we'll just set the price. But world trade is going to be terrific, and our country is going to be making a lot of money. Taxes are going to go down. Taxes are going to go down very, very substantially. But you look at all of the things that we've done, and now today I'm heading over. We'll see what we're going to do with respect to Iran. I think you have very good things happening there too, by the way. I think can't have a nuclear weapon, but I think that they are talking intelligently. We're in the midst of talking to them, and they're right now acting very intelligent. We want Iran to be wealthy and wonderful and happy and great. Well, they can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. So I think they understand that I mean business, and I think they're being very reasonable thus far. And don't underestimate Thursday in Turkey. President Erdogan is going to be a great host, and we are doing some work with him having to do with Syria too. By the way, we're going to have to make a decision on the sanctions, which we may very well relieve. We may take them off of Syria because we want to give them a fresh start. But President Erdogan's asked me about that. Many people have asked me about that because the way we have them sanctioned, it doesn't really give them much of a start. So we want to see if we can help them out. So we'll make that determination. But I think you're going to have maybe a good meeting. You have the potential for a good meeting. That a meeting wasn't going to take place. I insisted that that meeting take place, and it is taking place. And I think you may have a good result out of the Thursday meeting in Turkey between Russia and Ukraine. And I believe the two leaders were going to be there. I was thinking about flying over. I don't know where I'm going to be on Thursday. I've got so many meetings. But I was thinking about actually flying over there. There's a possibility of it, I guess, if I think things can happen. But we got to get it done. We got to save 5,000 lives a week. 5,000 lives is really more than that. It's worse than that. Now, when you see and you don't want to see it, but when you see the satellite photographs of the battlefield with arms and legs and heads all over the place, separated by 30 yards from bodies, doesn't make sense. So we're working very hard to see if we can end that bloodbath. Okay, there shouldn't be too many questions. It's been covered pretty well.
Thank you for taking questions. 2 quick points for you. Starting on trade. If a longer-term deal is not reached with China at the end of these 90 days, can the American people expect those tariffs to go back up to 145%?
No, but they would go up substantially higher. You know, at 145, you're really decoupling because nobody's going to buy. But they can go, they got very high because of additional tariffs I applied during the course because of fentanyl and other things. But no, but they go substantially higher.
Mr. President,
I think you will have a deal, however.
Okay, confident that there will be a deal. On Qatar, has Qatar asked for anything in exchange for that $400 million luxury jumbo jet? And how can the American people be so sure that they will not in the future?
Well, I think what happens with the plane is that, we're very disappointed that it's taking Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. We have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new plane of the equivalent, stature at the time, it's not even the same ballgame. You look at some of the Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of America plane. It's like from a different planet. And it's close to 40 years old, might be more than 40 years old now. And we, when I first came in, I signed an order to get it built. I took it over from the Obama administration. They had originally agreed. I got the price down much lower. And then when the election didn't exactly work out the way that it should have, a lot of work was not done on the plane because a lot of people didn't know. They made change orders that were so stupid, so ridiculous. And it ended up being a total mess, a real mess. And when I came back, I said, by the way, what's going on with the Boeings that are coming in? Well, sir, they're way behind. And they're way behind. They were way behind another mess that I inherited from Biden. And it's going to be a while before we get them. And I think Qatar, who we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think that, and very, very nicely, and I have a lot of respect for the leadership and for the leader, Qatar. And I think they know about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings. And they knew about it. And they said, we would like to do something. And if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use during a couple of years while they're building the other ones, I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person to say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too. And it helps us out because, again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture. And I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we have helped and continue to, we will continue to, all of those countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and others, we keep them safe. If it wasn't for us, they probably wouldn't exist right now. And I think this was just a gesture of good faith. And I don't get it. And someday it'll be like Ronald Reagan, they decommission them. You know, they get to a certain age, they decommission them. It'll go to my library. They're talking about going to my library in years out. But I thought it was a great gesture. And it's something that was done by Ronald Reagan. They actually decommissioned the plane and he put it in his library. And it actually has made the library, I think, a Boeing 707. It's actually made the library more successful. So it was good.
And do you plan to use the plane after you leave office?
No, I don't. No, it would go directly to the library after I leave office. I wouldn't be using it. No.
Mr. President, on the hostage, you said that the release of the American hostage, Aaron Alexander, they stepped in good faith to end this war. Do you expect any progress or perhaps announcement on ceasefire during your trip to the
We hope that we're going to have other hostages released too, as you know. So when I met with the hostages 3 weeks ago that were there for quite a while, you remember the 10 people that came in, mostly young people, 1 or 2 were a little bit older. And they were explaining the trials and tribulations. I mean, they went through hell. And I said, how many are there? They said 59. I said, that's a lot. I didn't realize, because we got a lot out. You know, we got a lot of hostages out, I think you will acknowledge. They said 59, but then they said, they followed that up by saying 59, of which 24 are living, the rest are dead. But the people whose son, mostly son, I think 1 daughter in this case, but mostly sons are there, or husbands are there. Those people want the dead bodies as much as they want the live body. I have a mother that calls me, that came up to me when I first met her, and she said, sir, please get my son out. He's dead, but they have his body. And I asked her about that, and it's as though he were alive. The level of wanting that body back is the same. Couldn't be any more, as though he were alive. So, you know, getting the bodies back is very important. It could be a thing having to do with the religion. It could be simple. I was amazed at the level of importance. It's the same as if the son or husband or whatever was alive. So they said 59. In fact, they came in with a number 59 written out on like a sign on their chest. They came to thank me for getting them out. And I said, what does the 59 mean? They said, well, that means there are 59 people. But then they said, but 24 are living. Now it's 21. The number's 21. So now it's actually, we'll get Eton today. We think we're getting him today. So it's 20. So they have 20 live hostages there. The rest are dead bodies.
President, are you open to negotiating your tariffs on cars, steel, and aluminum with China or any other country?
Well, we're not even talking about that. We're bringing the car business back into this country. We have commitments, and not only commitments, they've already started construction on many plants. They've left Mexico in a few cases. In a few cases, they've left Canada. They're not going to build in Canada. They're going to build here because we have the market, and the tariffs have been amazing. The election and the tariffs. November 5th was a big day, and on top of that, of course, you wouldn't have the tariffs without the election, I guess, if you look at it. But we have at least 11 committed massive car factories that are going to be built, that are in the process of being built. And some have actually started. We also have renovations of existing factories where they weren't utilizing the full factory from years gone by, and now they're under full renovation. They'll be opening up full factories in a very short period of time. Our car industry is, I think we're going to have the #1 industry. You know, you look at Japan and these others, they do tremendously with cars, and they can do that too. But you know, if they want to sell cars in the United States, they're going to have to build factories in the United States, because I'm interested in cars for the United States. So one other thing is, in our tax bill, we're giving not only no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, but also we're going to get a deduction for people that borrow money to buy a car if it's made in America. If it's not, we have no interest.
Meeting with President Putin as well as President Zelensky. If President Putin doesn't show up to these talks in person in Turkey, will you join Europe in putting higher sanctions on?
If I felt it would be important for getting the deal done, I'm the one that insisted on the meeting. They couldn't get a meeting because one said ceasefire, one said no ceasefire, was going back and forth. I said, look, at this point. We gotta stop it. Just go to the meeting. The meeting's been set. Go to the meeting on Thursday. And if I thought it would be helpful, I don't know where I'm gonna be at that particular point. I'll be someplace in the Middle East, but I would fly there if I thought it would be helpful. Yeah, please.
I want to ask you about South African refugees. Dozens of Afrikaners who claim discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States, where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path to the country for hundreds and not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something, but we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we could go unless that situation's taken care of, but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place. And farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me, but white farmers are being brutally killed and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they talk about it, that would be the only story they talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible. I have people that live in South Africa. They say it's a terrible situation taking place. So we've essentially extended citizenship to those people and to escape from that violence and come here. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you. Are you letting China off the hook for these 90 days, and do you really believe that they will follow through with non-tariff barriers and remove those?
Non-monetary tariffs, yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to follow through. I think they want it very badly. I think they want the deal very badly. Again, this doesn't include the steel tariffs that I put on a long time ago that Biden tried to get off, but he couldn't get them off because it was too much money. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, what a lot of people don't know, but we put on the tariffs originally. And if I didn't do that, we wouldn't have a steel industry today. Now we have a thriving steel industry. It'll be thriving much more with what we're doing because this is the next level. But it doesn't include that, doesn't include cars, doesn't include pharmaceuticals when we do that. And the reason we're doing that will be to get them to come back in the country. There are, again, I always say it because a lot of people forget, but if a company like Eli Lilly, which is making a massive investment in the United States right now, they're building many, many plants. They've already started like 7 of them, many plants, but they are not going to be tariffed. There's no tariff cost. So they're all doing that. They're all coming back to the United States. I mean, I'll tell you what, I hope I get the benefit of watching this because, as president, because, it takes a little while to do this stuff. And we're doing it early in the administration. If you think of it, we have, I believe, if you look at the real total, it's over $10 trillion committed for plants and factories. Other administrations haven't had $1 trillion over a 4-year period, even over an 8-year period. We have over 10 trillion committed in one form or the other over 2 months. Give me a break. I'm going to hear 3, but let's give me a break on the first month. We want to get acclimated. But if you think about it, it's really 2 months. And so in 2 months, we have an investment already of over $10 trillion. And other presidents haven't had that done over a year, over 4 years in some cases. It's unprecedented. There's never been anything like it. It's a very exciting time in America. Thank you very much, everybody.
That was President Trump in the White House making some comments about a wide range of issues, particularly.
All right, before we get Bloomberg's commentary or the other news networks' commentary on this, I want to do a market update. We are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and on X Spaces. So the S&P 500 is trading at 5,811. VIX is trading at 19.20. The Euro USD is trading at 1.11. Oil is trading at 62.47. BITO is trading at 21.74, and the USD Japanese yen is trading at 148.18. Natural gas futures is trading at 3.638. Gush is trading at 22.22, and DRIP is trading at 10.36. So with that, also Bitcoin is trading at about 103,000. Now, once Dr. Oz started talking, I started noticing a little bit of a dip in the S&P 500. And I also noticed that Bitcoin is having a hard time staying in the 104,000 range. I'm not saying there's causation there. I'm just saying that was what was happening. And oil there's a little bit of a sell-off in oil right now, even though it's up for the day. Intraday trading, it's off the session highs. So I'd like to go over some products that I have in my store for you to help support my work. I had commercial free while Trump was talking. So let me push some products here so you'll know how to stack these products to improve your health. And that way you're slowing down the aging process, you're helping with your immune system, and you're gonna have more vitality. And these are the products that I take every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. After I talk about these products, then we'll pivot over to the commentary on Trump's speech. The collagen is a supplement. It's a powder. It's a month's supply. You take one big scoop every day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie. Some people even mix it with milk. Take it every day, and it's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails. You do resistance training. It's going to help with your musculature, your bone structure, and also your joint health in your cartilage. So take collagen every day, really important. Take a look at the screen here. That's the typical amino acid profile. You can also see the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So this is a supplement that I take. Very important to take it every day. You get a big scooper, and it's a month's supply. Very important to take. Another set of products that I think are very important to build a foundation for is probiotics. I have two types of probiotics. You can get it in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. I take the powdered form because I take all these different powders during lunchtime. And you'll notice, when you're watching my show that you see me eat, all right? Because this is a very professional show. So, and I put the different powders in my hummus. So that's the probiotic, the collagen, and the lignans, and the gladiator barley, and the boomer boost. So it's just easier for me to do. Now, some people prefer the powdered form, some people prefer to take a veggie cap probiotic. But either way, both are very high quality. It's going to bring down inflammation at the gut level, improve your immune system, help with the communication of your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain, and also help you to absorb your nutrients. Very important to build that foundation and have a good gut biome. So please go to my store, get the probiotics, very high quality. And you can stack it with the collagen too. Now, magnesium and zinc and vitamin C and magnesium, both will help to boost up your immune system and help with your brain health. Magnesium is very important for brain function. Also, magnesium will help the efficacy of D3, vitamin D3. Your D3, when you take D3, it'll be more effective when you take magnesium. Now, magnesium and zinc will also boost up that immune system. Drink it with filtered water. And vitamin C and magnesium will help with your skin, your immune system, and your brain function. You can stack these together to get the max benefit. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and the magnesium and zinc. And let's talk about a stack that's going to help you with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Turmeric will soak up free radicals, and also bring down inflammation. That's going to help with your vascular system and your immune system. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. By bringing down free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing oxidized LDL, so you're reducing plaque. So take turmeric every day, really important. It helps with your cardiovascular and your immune system. And by taking turmeric on a daily basis, you recover quicker when you work out. Ashwagandha root will help to control your blood glucose levels and your cortisol levels. Bring down that inflammation systemically and at the vascular level. That's going to help with the vascular system and your immune system. And olive leaf extract brings down inflammation. So that's going to help with your immune system and vascular system, and it helps to control your lipid profile. It brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. That means you're reducing plaque formation. So this is a great stack if you want to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system at the same time. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos.
Countries. Which is right, or what are the nuances there?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is right that the U.S. pays more for medicine than anyone else in the world. So, these are drug companies that they spend a lot of money on R&D, and to recover that, they charge the prices that they charge. And in countries like in Europe, where these drug makers are negotiating directly with these governments, the governments draw a really hard line, and you do see a substantial difference in the price of what people in the U.S. pay for drugs and what people in other parts of the world do. So that part of it is correct. But how do you lower the price of drugs? And one thing that came up in this press conference we just saw is that President Trump's talking about going after the middlemen. These are these sort of shadowy players. You don't really get a great sense of who they are. They're called pharmacy benefit managers or PBMs. Drug companies have for a long time said that these PBMs are a large reason why the prices go up, that they are inserting themselves into the drug price negotiations, and that's raising the price. So Donald Trump's talking about going after them as well, which is something that the drug makers have been pushing for.
So is the expectation that this is just kind of the opening salvo and what will be a longer term negotiation amongst all the parties, or is this something that the stroke of a pen can affect?
No, it's going to be negotiations.
I think what we've just learned is that this is going to be a negotiation. This is not going to be the Trump administration saying you have to charge this amount. This is 180 days going forward from the start of the executive order. They're going to be a negotiation. There's some threats from the administration that if the drug makers don't play ball and don't lower their prices, that the administration could potentially start importing drugs from overseas, which would lower the price for Americans and provide more competition for these companies. There's also a suggestion that they might take a closer look at M&A. So there's some threats here. If the drug makers don't play ball and come to the table and lower their prices, but I think there's some relief from investors that this is not going to be as disastrous as we might have thought of a few hours ago.
All right, Jerry, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jerry Smith, biotech reporter, former media reporter at Bloomberg News. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM satellite channel 121, access to the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day.
Okay, so let's talk about the S&P 500 for a second. We're trading at 5,806. VIX is trading at 19.34. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 148. All are very positive numbers based on the trade agreement or negotiations, positive news from the negotiations between the US delegation and the Chinese delegation in terms of tariffs. So let's, what are some of the support levels and the resistance levels for the S&P 500? And we're above it right now. The next support, the support level that we're at right now, the immediate support level for the S&P 500 is going to be 5,750. We're trading above that, so we have a support level of 5,750. If we get some bad news in the next few trading sessions, we're probably going to go below the 5,750. And the next support level would be 5,500. All right. So just keep that in mind. But right now we're above that 5,750 support level, which is important because that's where the dead cat bounce stopped and then started selling down when this market sell-off started about 4 weeks ago. Now, the next resistance point, the next major resistance point is going to be 6,000. So if we have positive news in the economy, we're going to be in this trading range between 5,800 to 6,000. But it's going to be hard to get past that 6,000 barrier, all right? And we'll probably have to do it'll probably do a double test of that resistance before it breaks. Now with oil is trading at 62.59. Now Trump is going to the Middle East. The Saudis are producing more oil to try to suppress the price, to hurt some of these 3 countries that are cheating on their quotas through OPEC plus. So we'll see what happens. Now there's a trading range of about 51 to about 64 or so, all right, pre-COVID. And about in the middle of that is the 61% retracement from the COVID low to the high post-COVID for oil. That 61% retracement is $54. So a major support level at $54. The problem is that 60 or 61, you start seeing marginal wells needing to be capped if oil trades below that $61 or $60 a barrel for too long. And then you have another tier group that if oil trades below 55 for too long, then they have to cap the well, and then another set, many wells will be capped in the United States at below 50. So there's this feedback loop that does signal to the market, reduce production because oil prices are too low. Now, we are trading again at 62.55. We were trading at intraday 63.61. Now, so we're off of the intraday session lows. I think that was that number was trading at in pre-market hours, but we're also seeing a price reduction in natural gas, which is at 3.63, and we also see a suppression in the price for UCO at 21.68, which is a long ETF for oil. Now, the next resistance levels, right? So you got this trading range of about 51 to about 64, all right? Major support at 54. We're trading above that. So we're a little bit above that trading range, right? That I mentioned, a little bit above it, and it kind of needs to come back down. So probably doesn't behoove you to purchase oil at this moment in time. I think a good time to buy oil again is probably a low 61 handle, or if it breaks 61 and goes into the 60s, I think that would be a good time to buy a little bit. Now, a major resistance point for oil is 65, major. And the next one after that would be 68.5. Now, again, because OPEC is putting more, OPEC Plus is putting more barrels of oil into the market, it's probably going to be a while before we see a 68 handle for oil. But it's possible that we see short term a 65 and then bounce back down. So just keep that in mind, that I think a good trading range is around 54 to about 54 to about 61, 62, somewhere in there. I think that's a good trading range. So just keep that in mind. And then BITO, which is the Bitcoin ETF, that also started to sell off during the session here. It's at 21.63. Bitcoin is trading at about 103. It's having a hard time getting to that 105 mark, 105,000 mark. but over time, it's going to build up energy to get past that 105. So in terms of the ETF, we have a support level at 2148. Okay, it's trading now at 2164. So we're above that. We're above that support level. All right, so that's a key number to look out for. Is the 2148. Another support level is at 20. All right, so if it breaks the 2148, most likely it's going to be supported by 20. For that to happen, we probably would have to break 100 and go below 100 again, 100,000 in Bitcoin for that 20. Us to start seeing a 20 handle for BITO. I don't think that Bitcoin's going to do that, but it's possible. All right, Bitcoin's very finicky right now, but I think that there's a slightly higher probability of it moving upward than downward. It's not 50-50. I would say it's about like 60-40. 60-40, 60% chance of moving upward towards the 105, 106 mark, then going back down below 100. Now there's a resistance level for BITO. There's a strong resistance level at 22 and 22.5. All right. What I'm noticing with today, it didn't want to get to the 20. It couldn't get past the 22 mark. So 22 and 2250 are resistance levels for BITO. Okay, so that's a little bit of a market update and my take on where your entry point should be. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the very high quality deodorants. These deodorants are made from essential oils from the Himalayas. They are a dual purpose product. You use them as a deodorant, but you also can detoxify your body. It's for males and females, made from essential oils from the Himalayas, no aluminum, no baking soda, all natural. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and citrus for males and females. So please go to my store, get a few bars for your household, and support my work and support your health. It's a dual purpose product for males and females. Detoxifies your body, and you use it as a deodorant. Very high quality. Now, let's talk about the structural nanosilver drops and lozenges. We're in the allergy season in the United States, and in many cities, they have poor air quality, either because of wildfires or just urban pollution. You want to mitigate any irritation in your throat right away. So you can do that with these structural nanosilver lozenges. Now, you can get it in elderberry zinc, 21 in each bag, made from structural nanosilver, or you can get the drops, also structural nanosilver. They're smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. You can get them in 3 different flavors: honey and lemon, cherry, and blueberry. So please go to my store, get a few bags for your household. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. And right when you have that irritation, either because of the cold season, the allergy season, or just air pollution, take it right away, mitigate the problem, create the secretions, and protect your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. And what will happen is you're producing a barrier and protecting your epithelial lining. Very important to boosting up your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver drops and lozenges. Use discount 5, get $5 off. Use the link that's in the description of this video and all my videos to get to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
In the currency market right now?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think it's probably a little bit more centered in North America. I think there's the belief that eventually we're going to kiss and make up with Canada and Mexico, that's just been a lot of harsh rhetoric in the trade situation, and that's something that really is a need to get solved. I mean, that's not something going forward we're going to be able to continue where we have trade issues with Canada and Mexico. So if I were going to hide someplace, it would be with the Canadian dollar, maybe the Mexican peso. I would love both of those over the euro, to be perfectly honest.
Vince, we're talking to Eric Balchunas. he covers the ETFs for Bloomberg Intelligence. He says all year, ETFs have been taking in cash into equity ETFs. I mean, how do institutional investors see that when they're selling, but all the retailers are coming in and buying them?
You know, that's been the question, right? Retail's been on the buy, you know, institutions have been on the sell side. If it turns out the retail's right as we go further and further into the new year, you're gonna see those hedge funds, those algo traders, gonna have to catch up. You know, they're gonna be behind the eight ball. But you know, so far when you look at the annual gains of you know, the S&P, you don't have gains. We're still down on the year, so there's still time to hide in cash. When and if the equity market turns positive for the year, then I think you'll see the institutional investors start to step up. They'll have no choice.
All right, Vince, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Vince Signorella, Bloomberg macro strategist, joining us there. All right, let's get some of the logistics here on the policy side. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence senior policy analyst, joins us now. So a couple things to dissect. Obviously, one is the executive order for big pharma and drug pricing. The other is, of course, U.S. and China slashing tariffs. Here's what I don't really understand. If we're going to go back to tariffs that were roughly where they were before the 145% and 125% on the respective countries, why are we getting this sort of celebratory tone in the market?
Well, I think it's just because it's the idea of this pause, you know, that the worst case scenario is maybe not the worst case scenario. But, you know, I go back to what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said this morning in his interview with Jonathan Farrow, you know, and I'm paraphrasing here. He said, look, you know, the 145% was because of China's retaliatory nature. You know, if you go back to April 2nd and look at the Liberation Day, that 34%, it's a little bit more in line today with that 30%. So I think the market is going to wake up in the next day or so and realize that tariffs are going to remain elevated. Yes, it's not going to be as much as 145%, and that's a good thing. And maybe it opens up the boats so that they can start coming into the west coast of the United States, and we begin to, you know, alleviate this idea of, you know, shelves being empty and so forth like that. But elevated tariffs are still going to be here, and that's going to be the norm. We're really working towards this case scenario where it's like a 10% baseline tariff, maybe a little bit higher for other countries like China, with special exemptions, maybe for automobiles, pharmaceutical, tech, you name it.
Hey, Nathan, to what extent did politics play a role here? Folks on the Hill, maybe Republicans saying to this White House, hey, we've got some elections coming up, and if we're talking about these super high tariffs, that could be a problem for us.
Yeah, I think there was probably more politics here than the White House is probably letting on. And I think it's not so much the elections, but more so those 4th of July barbecues. Because, you know, if you think about it, if you believe the idea that, you know, a lot of these ships coming into the West Coast of the United States are down 30 to 40%, these are these ships that are bringing over items for the Christmas retail season. And if you begin to see a combination of, you know, President Trump's comments on, well, maybe American children don't need $2 or $30, they get $2. With some, you know, empty store shelves, and with the idea that maybe that we're going to get to a situation where small businesses are really harmed from this, I think this was sort of the White House's way of saying, look, you know, we need to also try and save some face here. You know, I didn't think they were going to go down to 30%. You know, I think they around 68% is where you would have asked me on Friday, I would have said. But, you know, if they're going to 30%, it does give the market a lot of breathing room. Yes, we have lots of negotiations that have to take place over the next 90 days, but it's something the market can actually...
As those 90 days are happening, there's going to be fluctuation in the market. That's why I said that if we can stay above the 5,750 support level, it's going to undulate between the 5,800 and the 6,000. 6,000 is a major barrier that's going to take some time to get past, but it's possible. So this is the time to add more money into a broad index, buy more shares to be able to benefit that moment when we do go past the 6,000 mark on the S&P 500.
House efforts are in terms of gutting things like the IRA or changing the tax, you know, provisions of this country. But what we're telling our clients is just remember, the House is throwing the kitchen sink in with this bill. They're throwing in things that we don't think will even pass the Senate parliamentarian and wouldn't even get under the what they call the bird rule, wouldn't even fly through that. So look for everything to be thrown in and then things to be scaled back. The biggest question though is how are you going to pay for it? And I don't think anybody on Capitol Hill on the Republican side knows how they're going to pay for it at this point. And as a result, there is a possibility that this may not be permanent. They may be pulling it back and saying, you know, maybe it's only worth 4 to 6 years worth of tax extensions.
What are the dates that we need to pay attention to? Because quite frankly, I am not paying attention. I am overwhelmed. But you tell me the date I need to pay attention here from what we're going to hear from Congress.
So for the next 2 weeks, you're going to see this debate in the House. Lots of headline risks, but again, it's just headline risks. Ultimately, we think a House vote will probably come at the end of this month, or probably more likely in June. That's when the Senate's going to get it. The Senate's going to say, thank you very much. They're going to essentially throw it out, and then they're going to say, look, we will take and do whatever we want and send it back to you. We think that's going to happen around the fall.
All right, news just came out about NVIDIA. NVIDIA revenue may be Q1 guidance despite H20 ban, UBS says.
Passage in that mid to late July timeframe. If the debt ceiling provision is stripped out, if they aren't anywhere close to coming to a deal, they'll have to do the debt ceiling separately, and then the real deadline for this is probably going to be the October-November timeframe.
In terms of in the market, as we sort of look ahead to that, what's going to be the next catalyst within the next week or week and a half? What are you looking for?
So I think it's going to really be the House deficit Republicans. This is Representative Chip Roy, for example. He just tweeted out about 20 minutes ago that he is not going to vote for a bill that he, in his words, would add $20 trillion to the deficit. Now, I'm not going to say that we think it will go that far, but you are going to see a lot of statements from Republicans who are not happy with this legislation, and it's just part of the negotiation. So look for this sort of seesaw moment of, yes, we have a deal, no, we don't have a deal. But I think for the next 2 weeks, you're going to see more negative headlines than positives. And then sometime maybe around Memorial Day, I think the Republicans will start to get a better idea of what that plan is going to look like in order to get House passage.
All right, great stuff. Really appreciate it. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, joining us there. All right, Connor, we're going to have you covered from all different angles here. We're going to tackle the market and what to do with James Abate, Managing Director and Chief Investment Officer at Center Asset Management. Lots of notes out saying that we're going to see a lot of repositioning, but that's not really necessarily fundamental buying. This is tactical buying, mechanical buying. It does make a difference in terms.
I'm telling you, don't bet against America. You're going to benefit greatly when you just buy in, especially during these moments of a sell-off. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin K2 MK7 molecule vitamin. This will help to absorb calcium. It's going to help with your bone structure, build denser bones, and also help with your cardiovascular. It'll help to pull calcium out of the plaque and reduce calcium depositing around plaque. And also stack it with D3. D3 is a vitamin that will help to absorb calcium. It works well with K2. It works better when you also take magnesium in your diet or through supplementation. You can get that magnesium through 3 different ways from my store. Get it from the Boomer Boost powder, or the vitamin C magnesium supplement, and or the magnesium and zinc supplement. Also, vitamin D3 is a cofactor for gene expression, very important for your cells. And D3 helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. Stack these 2 together, they'll help with your cardiovascular health and with your bone density, especially when you do resistance training. And do these exercises that help stimulate your bones to deposit more bone matrix by doing these calf lifts. All right, so barefoot on a hard floor and lift up your body onto your toes. All right, and then with your heel hitting the ground softly, but you're feeling a vibration going through your legs, up into your hip, and up through your vertebrae. That's going to create a micro vibration and a micro signal locally to start producing more osteoblasts so you can deposit more bone matrix. So when you're absorbing more calcium, right, and you're taking in calcium through drinking milk or a supplement, and you're doing these vibration exercises and resistance training, you're building denser bones, especially through your leg, your hip, and through your spine. Also make sure that you do resistance training, build muscle in your back for better back posture. All right, that's going to help you for many reasons. Doing that resistance training is going to help create denser bone, but with better musculature in your back, you're going to have better posture. That's going to allow your lymphatic system to flow better. and also your blood flow is going to be better between your upper body and your lower body. Really important. And you can also get the nattokinase. It's fibrinolytic, and it will help to bring down LDL levels and help to increase your HDL levels. Nattokinase, because of the help of bringing down that LDL, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL, and that means that you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. So this is a great supplement to take every day. Again, it also helps to break up clots. So when you stack these together, this is supercharging your stack so you can help with your cardiovascular health. All right. Also, remember that the D3 and the K2, D3 and the K2 help with bone density on top of it. So to help with bone density and cardiovascular health, take the stack. It's a dual purpose. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, let's talk about the first pillar of my core protocol. Taking Max 14 or Max 35 or cleanse will help to boost up your immune system. Max 14 is 14 parts per million. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. All right. And cleanse is 30 parts per million. They're at different price points for your affordability, but take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then swallow. What you're doing is you're improving your oral cavity, helping also to protect that epithelial lining within your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. You're improving that mucosal barrier, and you're improving your immune system and neutralizing it. So take that every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. I've been taking Max 35 or Max 14 for 5 years every day. Please go to my store and get the C60. C60 is the second pillar of the core protocol. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. By soaking up free radicals, you're reducing stress in your cell. And when you reduce stress in your cell, the cells can perform better. But not just that, you're helping your mitochondrial health. By improving your mitochondrial health, you're going to have more ATP, more energy. The cell will perform better. Your tissues will perform better. And that means your organ systems will perform better, your endocrine system, your immune system, and your neurons. Why? Because in your neurons, when you reduce the free radicals, you're reducing stress in the neuron. So the neuron's healthier. You're reducing stress with the mitochondria. You need lots of healthy mitochondria for your neurons to fire. You need lots of ATP, all right? So your neurons need lots of ATP to build up those neurotransmitters and to fire those neurotransmitters. So when you have healthier neurons, you're gonna have better neuroplasticity, what I call positive neuroplasticity, where your dendritic connections are gonna connect together and you're gonna have better conductivity. When you have better conductivity, or this positive neuroplasticity, what that means is you're going to think faster, you're going to have better memory, you're going to sleep better, you're going to reduce that brain fog, and what's going to happen is you're just going to have more vitality and mental cognition. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, soak up those free radicals. This is going to slow down the aging process. You're going to notice after a year of taking this that your physical features, especially your face, will look younger. You're going to slow down that aging process. Now, part of the reason is you're going to have more energy and your tissues are performing better and healing. Not just that, when you have more energy, you're going to move around more, so you're going to atrophy less. You're going to build, you're going to maintain and build muscle because you're moving around more. And you're going to be thinking better. So and your immune system is going to be better. So so your body's healing. Your endocrine system goes into homeostasis. Really important. A lot of people that have a poor diet, they don't exercise, they're gaining weight and all that, their endocrine system is out of whack. It's out of homeostasis. But taking this will allow you to get into homeostasis because it's soaking up those free radicals that are causing damage to your body. So what you're going to notice within a year is you're literally slowing down the aging process, and you're going to have more energy. You're boosting up your immune system, and you're helping your endocrine system and helping with your neural health. So please go to my store, get the C60. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. Take a teaspoon a day on an empty stomach for best absorption. C60 has to be in a lipid, in an oil, for it to absorb properly. That's why it's in an oil. Now, if you're working out, take it before your workout. It's going to soak up the free radicals that you generate during your workout, and you will recover quicker from that workout. And you'll notice some other benefits. For me, my eyesight improved within about 2.5 months. Now, I've been taking C60 since, I think it's 2016, every day, all right? I take a teaspoon a day, every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Very important. It's the second pillar of a 4-pillar core protocol. The first pillar is the Max 35, Max 14, or cleanse. Second pillar, C60. The third pillar, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down inflammation and boost up that immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. And Boomer Boost to rev up your metabolism and to boost up your energy levels.
Opportunity in the market and see them as a prime beneficiary of increased U.S. onshoring and a movement of supply chains to domestic manufacturers. So, for us, the source of funds that people should be looking at are consumer staples, given the recent disappointment and not really being very defensive at all. And even the Magnificent Seven, we think the terrific opportunity for active management now is really quite unprecedented. And this pivotal moment away from the Magnificent Seven, as the year progresses, might be quite strong.
All right, James, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't envy your position at all. James Abate, Managing Director and Chief Investment Officer at Center Asset Management, joining us for a broad take there on the market. Well, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent talked the status of trade negotiations with China on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier this morning. He told Bloomberg's Lisa Bromowitz and Jonathan Farrow that it would be implausible for tariffs on China to drop below 10%.
Are you saying that tariff rates will only go up from here if this really is a floor of 10% on the Chinese side and 30% on the U.S. side?
I'm not saying that they're going to go up, but it would be implausible that they would go below 10.
That was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking with Bloomberg Surveillance. Earlier, joining us in studio is Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. So we've been hearing like, okay, maybe recession's not the base case anymore, but can we really re-rate growth guesses based on policy that seems to go back to what policy was come April 1st?
Well, we don't know what the policy is at this point. They're making it up as they go along, and it does seem that we're going to have a lower tariff rate maybe on China, but the 10% is still going to be in place around the world, it appears. The president seems to be very firm on that. We don't know what the reciprocal tariffs will end up on or who they will end up on. And there are other tariffs yet to come, pharmaceutical tariffs, despite what he was doing today with drugs. So it's hard to say that anything has in particular changed since April 2nd, other than the fact that everything changes every day. But the overall situation, the idea that we are going to have drags on growth and possibly higher prices, that really hasn't changed.
What's an economist to do, Mike? I mean, one day tariffs are 140%, the next day they're, I don't know what they are, but certainly less than that. I'm thinking about the good folks at the Federal Reserve. I mean, how do they punch things into their model?
Well, I've been hoping that maybe my boss would just send me on vacation so this all works exactly. Out. But the Fed is doing modeling based on scenarios. They can't put exact numbers into their models because we don't have them, but they are looking at situations where there's a baseline 10% tariff and then trying to figure out what additional tariffs might come in on some countries. We've got the auto tariffs and the steel tariffs in place right now, So they can also figure that out. But that's why the Fed says it's data dependent, because they don't have any way to really forecast the future at this point. So the best they can do is the best everybody else can do. And every time you have somebody on here, an economist or a portfolio manager, they're all saying the same thing. We don't know.
Different ways of saying we don't know.
Exactly.
What are you looking for this week in terms of data and the super cool things we need to watch for?
Well, the super cool things we need to watch for, obviously, are tomorrow, the consumer price index. That's going to get Wall Street's main focus. And there's a chance that we're going to see some evidence of the Trump tax increases on imports in this. And not just that, but the other tariffs he's put on. The auto taxes, we have seen people try to buy cars ahead of time, including somebody sitting right next to me. And so there is more demand for cars, for new cars, and that means that people are going to be trying to buy used cars. And we've already seen that for the month of April, used cars went up at the fastest pace since 2022. So look for something like that. Look at some consumer goods and how much they've likely gone up. But the big, Thursday's PPI. We'll see what kind of intermediate inputs prices have risen. But what a lot of people are going to want to see is retail sales on Thursday, because we want to know if the consumer, who is extremely depressed, according to all polls, is stopping spending. And if that's the case, then we have more of a problem.
We have a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Hamas says released Israeli-American hostage Eden Alexander. So we'll have more reporting on that going forward. Mike, is Global Wall Street, are they dialing down their recession calls? Are you sensing that on today's news, do you think?
What I'm seeing is messages that say, we don't know yet, and so we're reluctant to make a decision. I think you'll see people push back a little bit on they're all in the 35 to 55% range for chances of a recession.
50% is always my favorite. I have a 50% chance that I'll go to bed by 10 o'clock tonight.
I hope you have. Well, see, this is the thing. The percentages, usually when you get to 50%, you end up with a recession. So if you get to 50%, I hope you're in bed by 10 o'clock.
Fair enough.
But so those percentages will be dialed back, but in part that's a way to avoid saying yes or no, because nobody wants to predict a recession that doesn't happen, or vice versa. So we're going to kind of be up in the air on that for a while, and it'll just bounce around. We've got 90 days now till we know what the Chinese tariffs are going to be. We've got still 60 days till we know what the reciprocal tariffs are going to be. In the first term, it was, this will happen in 2 weeks, and now 90 days is the big 2 weeks.
All right, so we'll just, like everybody else, we'll just kind of wait for the next tweet.
I suspect that the VIX index is going to be in just below, 20, like 19, 18, 17, and it'll creep back up as we get closer to the 90-day limit, back into the 20s.
See you in a couple weeks.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Congratulations. I should turn the microphone on. And I can let you know what flights are the best. And
No. Train.
Yeah,
All the
you
way.
get stuck in Trenton or something.
yeah, under the tunnel going under the
Yeah, we just completely jinxed us
Exactly.
till the end of time. All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. All right, coming up, we are going to talk to Brant Stanridge, President of Consumer and Business Banking over at Huntington Bank. A lot of other banks are pulling back or just staying pat. But Huntington is also expanding, so we're going to get a read on that. Plus, we want to know about the consumer and lending and what that looks like. He's the perfect person to talk to on that, so we will get the latest for you. This is Bloomberg Intelligence on this Monday, where it's pretty busy if you're a bull to the upside.
All right, we are seeing a little bit of a reduce in price with oil. It's trading down a little bit. It's 62.37. Natural gas is at 3.64. And BITO, which is the ETF for Bitcoin, is trading at 2168. I believe Bitcoin is trading at about 103 right now. Let's double check that. Oh, it just broke 103. It's now trading at 102.9. So Bitcoin isn't, that is the one thing that surprised me today. I figured that Bitcoin would be trading at the 105 range. All right, since Bloomberg is on commercial, we may go to Al Jazeera after this here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Most people that take CoQ10, you're taking the wrong type. You need to take ubiquinol, and there's no place that you can get better CoQ10 than at my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is the best stuff that you can get. So get the ubiquinol, take it every day, really important. It's an antioxidant, it's gonna soak up free radicals. It's gonna help boost up those energy levels and help with the mitochondrial health, very important. And it's gonna help to protect your neurons. You should be taking ubiquinol every day once you turn age 40. So if you're age 40 or older, you should be taking ubiquinol like pronto every day, very important. Protect those neurons. NAD Plus is a supplement that will boost up your NAD Plus levels, that will increase your energy and help to repair your DNA damage and your mitochondrial DNA, your cellular and mitochondrial DNA. When you get older, you start to accumulate damage, you need help, and NAD Plus helps to repair that DNA damage. NAD Plus also helps to protect your neurons. It stacks well with ubiquinol, so take it every day if you're 40 years of age or older. I have two types of structural nanosilver gel, in the quick dispenser or in the tube form. Have some at work, have some at home, very important. It's a dual purpose product. You can use it as an aftershave, you can use it as a daily skincare, you can put it on a wound and it'll help heal the wound faster. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Really important to have. You never know when you need it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this dual purpose product. Lastly, structural nanosilver toothpaste. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum health. It reduces inflammation at the gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of vascular disease and valvular disease. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the best toothpaste that you can buy. It is a little bit more expensive, but guess what? This is the best stuff that you can buy. Has no fluoride in it, has structural nanosilver. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. Help support my work. All these videos that I do are for free. If you get the products, you're helping support the channel and you're helping to support your health. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos.
Via the Kisufin crossing in the southern part of the strip. We understand he will be taken to the Neem Air Base in southern Israel, where he will be reunited with his mother, who has flown in from America earlier this morning. He will then be airlifted to a hospital in central Israel outside of Tel Aviv. This is a choreographed schedule that we have seen before with the release of previous hostages and previous Israeli captives who have been released from Gaza. I want to return back to Sami Al-Arian. He's here in the studio with me, Professor of Public Affairs and Director of Center of Islam and Global Affairs, Istanbul Zayn University. Sami, I want to bring up this point that we're hearing now from Hamas. Now that they've released this Idan Alexander, they are saying that this will pave the way for a possible return to ceasefire talks for Gaza. What is the likelihood of that actually happening?
Well, with this latest agreement between Hamas and the United States, this was direct negotiations between the two parties. Hamas has fulfilled its obligation of releasing Idan Alexander, and now it's up to the United States to promise two things. One is to make sure that the aid would be received by the Palestinians. They have been denied all kinds of aid since March the 2nd, now for almost 2 months. They or March 18th, I should say. And then there has to be serious negotiations toward the ending of this war in return for the release of all the remaining captives. The United States has obligated itself to do that, and we'll see if it's going to fulfill its obligations.
What do you make of the fact that Israel does not seem to be involved at all when it comes to the release of this 21-year-old American hostage? This completely seems to be orchestrated without their input.
The only reason that Idan Alexander is released today is because he's not an Israeli only. He is an American citizen as well. They're saying that because of the military pressure, they were able to release. That's not the case at all. It was because he was an American, and every Israeli now hope that their sons and daughters would have had different nationality than Israeli. Otherwise, if they have to depend on Netanyahu, none of them would be released because Netanyahu has no intention of releasing any of them. He wants to continue his genocidal war, and that's what he's been doing since day one, and that's what he's been doing since March 2nd.
And the timing, is it notable that this is happening on the eve of Donald Trump's visit to the Middle East, to the Gulf states?
Absolutely. I mean, he was basically touting the whole world that something's going to come before he comes to the region, and he has delivered, because obviously he has promised that he's going to end the war, and the mediators, Qatar and Egypt in particular, also pressured the resistance to do that. And as I said, they're taking calculated risks, but hopefully that's going to pay off for the Palestinians.
So here we are also hearing, within the last few hours, we've heard that Israel intends to send a team to Qatar when Donald Trump is here to continue the negotiations. I mean, this is a completely change in tone from where Israel has been regarding any sort of ceasefire discussion. So what do you think is going on behind the scenes here?
Well, again, Trump and the American administration has promised that if Alexander is released, they would push for the resumption of the negotiations. But doesn't mean anything, because Israel is always sending teams with these maximalist demands that resistance will never agree to. The real challenge right now is for the Americans to pressure the Israelis and accept the fact that they will not have total victory, that they will not be surrendered by the resistance, that they will not disarm, and that they have to get into negotiations with earnest in which, for the stopping of this war, for the ending of this genocide, all these hostages will be released all at once, with guarantees from the United States and the other mediators that there will be no resumption of this war, that there will be reconstruction in the future.
So what does that pressure look like? Because we're a few months into the US Trump presidency. He promised to end the war, but so far, Israel doesn't seem to be listening.
True, but he hasn't applied any pressure. He did before he was inaugurated.
So what does that pressure look like? What is it that the US could actually do?
Two things. First of all, it can, but it wouldn't stop the arms that it's giving Israel. All the arms Israel received is from the United States. But more importantly, what Netanyahu has been able to do in the past was to exploit the rift between the Democrats and the Republicans. He can lean on the Republicans to stay by his side when he is facing the Democrats. He cannot do that with Trump. Trump is a Republican. Trump can actually tell every Republican to shut up. The Democrats are not going to rally for Netanyahu's side. Therefore, he is alone. He cannot go and challenge the American administration when they are united in this fashion.
Sami, just stay with us, because I want to read out that statement that Hamas has released in the last few moments once they released the 21-year-old American hostage. This is a statement in full. Let's take a look at exactly what it says. We affirm that serious and responsible negotiations will achieve results in releasing prisoners. However, continuing the aggression will prolong their suffering and may even kill them. We affirm the movement's readiness to immediately begin negotiations to reach a comprehensive agreement for a sustainable ceasefire, the withdrawal of...
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, this is Dope Tech from Wix. Now this whole flow...
Siege, the exchange of prisoners, and the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. We urge the Trump administration to continue its efforts to end this brutal war waged by the war criminal Netanyahu against children, women, and defenseless civilians in the Gaza Strip. So that statement coming in from Hamas in the last few minutes, a direct plea there to the Trump administration. it's interesting, you said a little earlier that by releasing this hostage, Hamas is taking a risk. What are their what cards do they actually have at this point, Hamas?
The most important card, the most important leverage they have are the remaining hostages. They are believed to be between 21 and 24 live ones, and the rest are probably dead. And that's why they can't get them released unless they negotiate with Hamas. It has been proven over and over again that they cannot release them through military pressure or through any kind of rescue efforts. And therefore, Hamas is not going to give up this card in order to please Trump or anyone else for that matter, and then get itself slaughtered later on. So now, if they want these hostages released, let's remember also that Iran Alexander, a couple of weeks ago, Hamas said that they lost track of him because some of his guards were killed in an airstrike. People didn't know exactly whether Alexander himself was hurt or not, and it was not known where his whereabouts were. This could happen to any hostage if they continue these kind of efforts. And therefore, Hamas says, if you want your hostages, your captives back, the only way to do that is through negotiations. That's been proven true for the past 19 months. Now, if Trump wants to end also the brutal genocidal war in which the whole world is against it, except for him and his Israeli friends, then he has to be serious about asking Israel to stop it and get into these negotiations, promise to end the war, promise to kill the children and the women and the destruction of civilian life in Gaza so that the hostages will be released and the Palestinians will have another chance to live in Gaza again.
Okay, thank you for that. Sami Al-Aryan, Professor of Public Affairs.
I want to go to France 24 here.
Come out from Israel saying that they will be sending a delegation to Doha for a hostage deal talks. This delegation will be traveling this week. Could we potentially have Donald Trump announcing some sort of agreement or some sort of ceasefire deal while he's in Qatar, for instance?
It appears that the president is very eager to announce some kind of substantial deal. Yes. But we don't know. After speaking with Donald Trump in the presence of Stephen Witkoff, that's my understanding of what happened. After speaking with the president, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did agree, he acquiesced to send a delegation to Doha tomorrow to engage in these negotiations. The delegation hasn't been named, but it's expected that it would very likely be led by Netanyahu's top right-hand man, the Minister for Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer, who, it must be said, since he was appointed to be the chief hostage negotiator by Netanyahu several months ago now, hasn't succeeded to secure the release of a single hostage. And that is another reason that you see enraged and fearful Israelis out on the streets protesting. A significant majority of Israelis, more than 70% of Israelis, want this war over. It is this government that fears that it won't survive a parliamentary vote of confidence if the war ends without Hamas being utterly destroyed, no longer in existence. It is this government that is squeamish about ending the war. But of course, if Hamas is in open and direct negotiations with the White House, it is far from being destroyed.
We are essentially seeing the release of Idan Alexander. We, of course, have to confirm that he is in Israeli custody. Hamas has said they have released the last remaining American-Israeli hostage, Idan Alexander, 21-year-old Israeli soldier who was taken on the 7th of October. So now, essentially, Noga, we're seeing this goodwill gesture from Hamas with the release of Idan Alexander. This, of course, comes on the eve of Donald Trump's visit to the region. Given that 70% of the Israeli population do not want to see the continuation of the war in Gaza, at one point the walls are going to fall in on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, won't they? And you have to listen to what the public wants.
You know, logic would dictate that. I agree with you, but the fact remains he has a narrow but very solid parliamentary majority. And the only way to topple an Israeli government or an Israeli prime minister is through a non-confidence vote in the parliament. There are other extreme scenarios. He could be declared unfit to serve or such things, but basically he has to be toppled in a parliamentary maneuver. And there haven't been any defections at all from his coalition. In fact, Israeli opposition has seemed completely hapless despite the continued failures of this government to provide even the very basic services and promises that it promised to provide to its own people. The other thing I should add, the Netanyahu government is galloping ahead with its plan, the so-called judicial reform, its efforts to basically secure executive control over most of the levers of power in the country. And so as long as they remain in power, they are engaged in this effort, which more or less would secure their ability to stay long-term in power too. And that is clearly a powerful political interest for this government.
I mean, as you mentioned, that Netanyahu, he's like Teflon Trump in the United States. He manages to survive, and he's been chipping away or trying to chip away at democratic institutions in Israel, despite fierce opposition from the street.
Yes, Netanyahu appears to be completely detached from the street. What the protest leaders are calling for, and what I should add, former Prime Minister Ehud Barak and former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, one of the Labour Party and one of the Likud Party, what they are calling for is massive civil disobedience. They're calling for people to stop going to school, stop attending university, stop commercial activity. They're calling for a full stoppage of the country until the government falls. And yet, despite ongoing, this kind of constant hum of protests on the street, almost all over the country, it has not yet coalesced into, 1 million Israelis surrounding the parliament, which is the sort of action that these leaders believe could help topple the government.
Noga, thank you very much for that, Noga Janopolsky, reporting that for us from Jerusalem as we await Idan Alexander getting into the custody of the Israeli Defense Forces. According to Hamas, they have released the last remaining Israeli-American hostage, and he is now in the custody of the Red Cross. He will then be transferred for medical checkups within Israel, and his family members will be meeting him as well. That's it for this edition of Around the World from all of us on the team. Thank you very much for watching.
A lot is happening in the news. Definitely a lot is happening. It's amazing how much news is happening within just a 24-hour period. This is a year that's just jam-packed with activity. Okay, this is Morning Joe covering the 90-day pause by the Treasury Secretary.
With us now from Geneva, Switzerland, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for being with us. You have been optimistic from the beginning. You have been reassuring Wall Street, reassuring business owners and entrepreneurs that these deals were going to be coming. Often you were ridiculed for being overly optimistic, but we had the US-UK deal on Friday, followed by a British Airways deal with Boeing, and now some progress on China, which you had even said going into these talks were going to be far more difficult and not to expect any quick breakthroughs, and yet it looks like we have one. Tell us about the negotiations and where the deal stands right now.
Good morning, Joe. And what we have is a 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs. Both sides de-escalated by 115%. So we are both at 10 on the reciprocal tariffs. The fentanyl-related tariffs, which President Trump put on in February, are still on. And over the next 90 days, we have a mechanism to meet with the Chinese trade delegation. Again, we will be discussing tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, currency, and their subsidies of labor and capital. and how we can open up China to American businesses and rebalance what is our most imbalanced, unbalanced trading relationship.
Now, Mr. Secretary, as you know far better than I do, in past years, even for those business leaders and economists who opposed tariffs, there was always sort of a caveat. I mean, yeah, we're against tariffs. That said, China really is taking advantage of the United States. I heard that from even the most fierce free traders. I'm wondering, with that in mind, what are your biggest challenges ahead? What is the administration's greatest challenges ahead in negotiating to make sure this goes where you want it to go, where the president wants it to go over the next 90 days?
Well, Joe, this is going to go where the president wants it to go. I was in touch with him over the weekend, and he wants free trade, free and fair trade. We've had free trade, and as you said, that has not worked for the American people. There's something called the China shock, which has gutted our manufacturing sector. And China has a different form of government for us. They have a different economic model where they subsidize labor, they subsidize capital goods, and they have exported that to us and the rest of the world. We have put up tariffs to push back on that. So it will be a matter of what is the equilibrium level on tariffs, and also getting China to open their markets for American companies. Because China actually has a low tariff regime, but it is the non-tariff trade barriers that can be the most difficult to overcome. So we will be focusing on the non-tariff trade barriers and the subsidies, and the idea that China can become more open to American business, and the things that are sold into the U.S. Can not have the same level of subsidy. And no one wants to do a generalized decoupling, but we are going to do a strategic decoupling, because we realized during COVID that efficient supply chains were not secure supply chains. So with steel, with semiconductors, with medicines, with a couple of other strategic categories, we are going to have to become self-reliant again.
So we were just talking in the last block about how the drop of oil below $60 a barrel presents real economic challenges for Russia. I've read reports, and I'm curious your thoughts. I keep reading reports about how China is negotiating from a position of strength, and yet everything I've read over the past 5 years, everything we've reported on over the past 5 years is China's economy is struggling as well. There have been a series of self-inflicted injuries from Xi to the Chinese economy. I'm wondering when you say to those who say it's foolish to push China because they're negotiating from a position of strength, when actually their economic numbers over the past 5 years would suggest they need a deal as much as anybody.
Well, Joe, what they are doing is during COVID, they moved up the value chain in terms of their manufacturing sector, and they actually became more unbalanced. So what we want China to do is to rebalance toward more consumption. Party Chairman Xi has talked about that, but they haven't done it yet. Simultaneously, President Trump is rebalancing the U.S. economy toward more manufacturing. So, Joe, their economy, it is hurting, but the remedy for that is not to export their deflation or their economic problems to the rest of the world. It is to increase domestic demand. And we could conceivably, away from strategic materials, do this together. We need more manufacturing, they need more consumption. So there is a chance to rebalance together. So we'll see if that's possible.
Mr. Treasury Secretary, good to see you. Wanted to if you would take us inside these negotiations a bit. It was just Friday. President Trump tweeted 80% tariff on China seems right, up to Scott B. Of course, meaning you, as you went into those negotiations, you ended up at a number quite a bit lower than that. Talk to us about the tenor of these talks and how you reached the number where you ended up.
Well, the tenor of the talks is very much similar to the relationship at the top of the two countries. President Trump has great respect for Party Chair Xi, and it is vice versa. They have spoken often, and in fact, President Trump reached a fantastic trade deal in January 2020 under Party Chair Xi's leadership. That was discarded by the Biden administration, and we are trying to get back to that. The vice premier, who was my Chinese counterpart, came. The talks were firm and highly they engaged. Our teams spent a lot of time together. And what I would say was very different here too, I think for the first time, the Chinese understand the importance that President Trump puts on curing the fentanyl crisis in the U.S. and the role that China may be playing on that with precursor chemicals. They sent a vice minister for state security who specializes in, I think, narcotics, and he met with a member of our national security staff off to the side. So this was, while my team and I were focused on economics, there was a separate meeting on fentanyl, and I think this is the first time we are seeing progress on these precursor drugs that are coming into North America.
All right, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you so much for being with us on the heels of a successful.
White House envoy says the release of Israeli-American captive represents a positive step forward. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. The Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. What it will do is it'll allow you to fall asleep and be in 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. That's really important on a regular basis to be able to detoxify your central nervous system, to consolidate memory, and to be well rested. Chronic sleep deprivation will lead to loss of memory and a buildup of toxins, and could lead to early onset of dementia. You want proper sleep. Good sleep will slow down the aging process and help with your brain function. So please go to my store, get the Goodnight Formula, take it every night, get into those 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to detoxify your body and to consolidate memory. Really important. To be well rested, you'll have more energy. Another good foundation to build off of for your healthcare protocol is to take a good multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the vitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity. Multivitamins, many of them, are cofactors for different enzymes that will change the conformational shape to allow for the enzyme to perform properly in the cell. So when you do that, your cells will perform better, your cellular metabolism will work better, and your body will perform better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take this multivitamin, build off of it. Like I said, you can stack it with Goodnight Formula, you can stack it with the probiotics, you can stack it with C60. It's a good foundation to start with. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the multivitamin, get the Goodnight Formula, use discount 5 and you get $5 off anywhere. Click the link in the description of all my videos and it'll take you to the website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All righty. Let's listen to Mohammed Al-Arian on this trade agreement.
Hi, I'm Brad Johnson, the Senior Director of Design here at Physic, and today I'm super excited to talk to you about the new Athens 2, the newest member of our iconic.
We're going to continue this conversation. I'm curious what Mohammed Al-Arian thinks of all this. He's now at the table, Chief Economic Advisor, Allianz, President of Queens College at Cambridge University. The markets are liking what they're hearing right now. It's a 90-day reprieve. The next 90 days super volatile, or do you think it's a nice straight line?
It's not a straight line, and you're going to be really frustrated when you hear the opinion of economists like me, because you're going to be reminded of President Truman asking for a one-handed economist, because there's so many issues in play. What we know for sure is the first thing you've heard is whatever your probability of Fed cuts was, now it's fewer cuts and later. And what we know for sure is that economic activity over the next 90 days will be higher than it would have been otherwise, if only because people want to exploit a short-term window. Beyond that, you have all sorts of questions that have to be resolved. You have to figure out not just the economics, but the politics and national security implications of all this.
Explain this, though, and I think this was a question Joe was trying to ask Scott Besson about. The idea that we were supposed to have, that we were going to see in the economic numbers a sense that there had been a paralysis that had changed capital investment, that had changed the way the consumer was behaving. There are still economists out there who say, we're going to see it in the numbers. We're going to see it in the numbers. Haven't. They're surprised they haven't. They say, oh, no, it's not this month. You got to look in June. You got to look in July. Will we see that?
The answer is, I don't know, but I suspect so. The soft data has collapsed. The hard data has been incredibly robust. And that's why economists who look at the soft data extrapolate from that. The economists that look at the hard data extrapolate from that. My own gut feeling is we will get some slowing in the economy. We will get some higher inflation. But most CEOs will remain in the wait and see. Let's see what happens after.
What does that do to employment, though? Because that's something else that we think is what Jay Powell would otherwise be watching.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any spike in unemployment. I think CEOs are just waiting. They don't want to take any major decisions that has longer-term consequences. If you lay someone off and it's wrong, you've got to find someone else, retrain them. So any decisions that have longer-term implications, people will wait for now.
Well, you were really dovish on inflation, and I was like needling you that you thought 3% was okay. You said 2.5 to 3, and you said the only reason there are 2 is because of what country decided on 2?
New Zealand in 1990s.
You said that's just the New Zealand. So now the tariffs, going to be a 90-day pause. So the prospect of the tariff, the inflation caused by tariffs is taken off there. Why immediately say that the growth side looks better instead of saying, oh, there probably won't be inflation? Why doesn't it free the Fed to lower rates since they don't have to worry about inflation and lower mortgage rates, get the economy in case there is, some hangover from this and unemployment? Why not preempt it? Why not do it since inflation is not a problem?
So the inflation impact is ambiguous. So beforehand, we had a total embargo on trade, with China. And the result of that is that a lot of activity wasn't going to take place. Now you're going to have some activity taking place, good for growth, but it will be taking place at a higher price, bad for inflation. This is why there's so many different forces in play. I think the major question you have to ask yourself is, if you were a CEO, Joe, what would you do? If you had to have a major decisions, what would you do right now?
Well, I'd bring everyone back 5 days a week. That's the first thing I'd do.
I would do that too. What else would we do beyond that?
I would definitely, not have any relationships with anyone that worked at the company. I think that would be my second. Isn't that important? And you mean actual strategic moves?
So what you're hearing now, for example, is in the past we realized that our supply chain should be C plus 1, China plus somewhere else. Now we think it should be C plus 2 or 3. Now, if you go down that path, then that means rewiring supply chains.
Right.
How much of it comes back to the United States? Does it foster investment in the United States, or is that just to try and keep the Trump administration happy? And if it does, so what?
I think if you get clarity from the administration that our real goal is revenues and reshoring, which means that tariffs will stay high permanently, it comes back. If, however, you hear them talk about a fairer trading system, and we have escalated to de-escalate, then you don't believe
let's say we have a 10% tariff across the board, and that's sort of almost like our version of that. I know they're not the same, but what would that ultimately do in terms of bringing in revenue? Would you be happy with that? Would you think that would actually create a real damper on economic movement?
So it will not bring in massive revenues. companies recalibrate but will not reshore. 10% is not enough for companies to reshore.
So we're going to move to other countries, potentially.
Certainly, people are going to have much more diversified supply chains.
And we can decide that's a good thing. Inflationary in the short term, likely.
Correct. Inflation in the short term, deflation in the long term. That's absolutely the case on that. Yes. So this is why you will get really frustrated as more and more economists opine, because there's so many possibilities right now. When I was here last time, I told you we are on a very bumpy journey to two destinations. One is fragmentation, and the other one is the US is stronger in a fairer trading system. We are now slightly higher on the second probability, but it's a 50-50 situation.
You missed $58 oil, $57 oil. That's another reason why inflation might not.
Correct. Correct. And also,
you think
rates are back up.
Does it stay here at 63, or is it possible once supply goes back down, or this is a knee-jerk?
So it will depend on President Trump's visit to 3 OPEC countries.
Yeah, that's going to be.
Let's see what happens there.
I think oil is going to go back down again and then pop back up. Right now, oil is trading at 62.20. I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks 62 and starts trading with the 61 handle. All right, let's. They're still waiting for the transfer of the Israel-American captive here. I don't think they've transported. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex and the omega-3. Stack these together. It's a great stack. Vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins, helps with the mitochondrial health. That's going to help boost up your energy levels. Vitamin B complex also helps with cellular metabolism, so your metabolism is going to be better. And B12 helps to protect your neurons. So taking vitamin B complex for your mitochondria health, cellular metabolism, and neural protection is really important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. So please take the vitamin B complex every day. Omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation. That's good for your immune system and lower. If you're taking omega-3, it also helps you to recover after a workout. Omega-3 also helps to prevent your red blood cells from sticking too much. So you're reducing overclotting. And omega-3 helps your lipid profile, brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. That's important because less LDL means less LDL that's oxidized. Lower inflammation, less LDL means less plaque buildup. So make sure you take omega-3, really important for your cardiovascular health. So here's a great way where you're helping with your cardiovascular health and you're helping with cellular metabolism and protecting your neurons. So it's a great stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the omega-3 and the vitamin B complex. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Click the link in the description of this video and all my videos. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Ships arriving on the 20th. And this was why we had thought that, in fact, they need to cut the tariff this week because those ships carrying Walmart and Target goods are arriving. So if you believe that that was the concerns about empty shelves was what motivated this cut, it also means that as this 90-day comes to an end, basically by mid-August, which covers the peak shipping period ahead of holiday seasons, the stakes for escalating actually would reduce because, the holiday season is assured. There won't be empty shelves. And so Trump could easily re-escalate again. And I just think that what we saw this weekend is not consistent with Trump's negotiation style, which is not the straight line down with the tariff rate. It usually comprises of escalation and then some de-escalation and then escalation back again until a final deal is reached.
So to what extent does this reflect a recognition on both sides, not just here in Washington, but also in Beijing, that the economic risk of carrying out this tit-for-tat economic trade war to the level it had reached was just so dangerous to the economies of both countries.
That hits the nail on the head, exactly. And the reason why I think the U.S. and China negotiations came out and say that they found agreement very quickly is that the agreement is that they do not want the worst case scenario, which is for trade to enter the embargo state at the peak shipping season. Most of the shipping in the holiday season, which accounts for over 40% of sales revenues for any U.S. firms, happen from now to end of August. So this is a critical period that I think U.S. and China both easily found agreement on to not disrupt. But beyond that, who knows?
Well, obviously, none of us can predict the future, including Federal Reserve policymakers, hence why they keep emphasizing patience. We've seen today in the aftermath of this truce being breached, Anna, the expectations for Fed rate cuts being taken down this year. Now, I think just 55 basis points are priced in. Does this make a material difference in the amount of easing you expect us to see?
Yes. So, I mean, our base case has been for only 25 bips of rate cut this year. So we were already lower than the rest of the market. But right now, what you could immediately see is that the May's jobs report and June's jobs report would not be as bad as in the situation where container volume continued to drop. Because we're now already seeing this week container volume is rising in the port of LA, and with a lot more firms planning to front run in this 90-day reprieve period, it means that the logistics sector just would not shed as much job as we thought. So there you have May and June's payroll being not as, possibly not negative as what it could have been had, the plunge in the container ships continue.
Anna, there is a lot for two sides to get through over the next several weeks. Is 90 days going to be enough to lock this in, given how detailed that fine print is going to be?
Not at all. Not at all, exactly. That's why I thought the 90-day reprieve is more of a holiday. Let's get through this holiday season first. Let's make sure that not a lot of small business are going bankrupt in the U.S. and China factories are not all going out of business. Because the U.S. and China's tariff problem, the trade barriers problem goes really deep. And it takes years. Even in the phase one deal, it took a whole year. And during that year, President Trump was kind of fluctuating whether they should take it or not.
Well, to the point you were making earlier, these things tend to be a roller coaster. But this particular President, Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we have to keep in mind that Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, has said previously a full deal with China could take 2 to 3 years. So we have to keep that in mind. We'll have much more ahead here on Balance of Power as we turn to other geopolitical stories coming up next.
The equity market is going to be trading between that potentially the 6,000 barrier and the 5,800 or the 5,750 barrier and bounce around. All right. And as it's bouncing around, it's an opportunity to accumulate shares. And eventually there's going to be enough energy to pass that 6,000 barrier, and voila, by year end, and potentially even by July, by the end of July, we may be seeing an all-time high of the S&P 500. Okay, let's go to Al Jazeera, see what they are saying here.
A decision sooner than later, and I believe that Netanyahu is on his way out, let alone that in few days he will have to start answering questions in court when the cross-examination on his corruption affairs will start. So I think that today is a crucial point because the Israeli public is aware of the fact that if you want a deal, if you want your sons back at home, you can do it. But for that, you have to be a leader like President Trump and not like Netanyahu.
Akiva, just stay with us. We're going to take a short break. But before we do, I just want to make reference to these pictures that we are seeing now on the screen. This is an ICRC vehicle. It is a vehicle that contains the US-Israeli soldier Idan Alexander. There we go. That is him with Hamas and the Red Cross just before he entered the car. So we know he is on his way now towards Israel. Israel is due to receive him. Lots more after the break. Stay with us.
Brought to you by the Astana International Forum.
Let's go to Times Radio. They were stating that Trump's mistakes will come back to bite him. So let's see. They just published this 2 hours ago.
Resurgence of, well, maybe America should be pushing our weight around more, and maybe we are stronger than we have been portraying for the last 30 years. But once people can't pay their bills, once cars cost $5,000, $10,000 more because of tariffs, once your husband has been laid off from the federal government and does no longer have a pension, these are real political forces that are going to catch him right at the time that Congress starts campaigning for the midterms next year.
The Starmer government has stuck to its strategy of trying to make Donald Trump the UK's special friend. Labour supporters point to last week's trade deal as evidence the strategy is working. News today that China and America have cut tariffs on each other for 90 days shows there are alternative ways of dealing with President Trump. We can talk to Shannon Felton-Spencer, US politics and communications strategist with Harvard's Belfer Center. She's in London traveling with a US congressional delegation and is in the studio with us now. Shannon, morning to you.
Hi.
Keir Starmer would like to congratulate himself that he's maintaining a relationship with Donald Trump as good as you can have, and is as profitable to Britain as can be done. Is that a fair assessment of the relationship as it currently stands, do you think?
So I actually think that Prime Minister Starmer has played this sort of pitch perfect with Donald Trump. Now, whether it actually results in real results for the UK is yet to be seen, though he has taken the strategy that it is better to be his bosom buddy than it is not. So he hasn't taken the Carney approach, obviously, that Canada's new Prime Minister has taken. But yes, I would say the special relationship as of right now is intact. I think that President Trump thinks he has a quite warm relationship with Starmer. I think your ambassador in Washington has done a great job. And this trade framework that they have announced, I think, is evidence of that. It really did go from, the UK went from the back of the queue with President Obama to the very front of the queue with Trump. So yes, I think the devil is in the details, and we'll see what's actually delivered.
Because it could well be a meaningless queue. It could be a queue to a door that's just locked. Because ultimately, Trump has a trade agreement, but this really takes us more or less back to where we were before the great world of some of these tariff wars that we're going into.
That's right, and we're only 120 days into the Trump administration. We have a long way to go. So things can change, right? But certainly the tactic that the Starmer government has taken is let's be friends.
You know what's amazing about these people? When you deal with someone like Trump that's trying to reconfigure the global world order and all of the complexity that goes along with it, with decades of networks being built up and supply chains and lobbying groups, the politics involved in multiple regions of the world, very complex problem. But when you're trying to unravel something or trying to understand if you change this, what sort of things happen, like the cause and effect of a complex system, it's not fully modeled, so you start testing it, right? And by testing it, you start building a chart of cause and effect. If I do this, this is what happens to the complex system. That's what Trump's doing. All right, he's testing it. He's testing it around. All right. Now, what's also another important feature about complex systems is that when you start to test and see what happens, you may actually see other things that you totally did not expect to pop up that may be opportunistic. All right. And I think what's happening is that doing that deep dive of what's going on in the pharmaceutical industry and how there's such unfair pricing strategies across the world led to the opportunity to actually bring down healthcare costs in the United States. So it's too simplistic for people like I should have paused it.
There.
Unfortunately, I didn't pause it. Hold on, let me. So it's too simplistic for the host or even the guest on radio or Times Radio to, well, we created a tariff barrier, tariff war, and then we're back to where we started. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. It's far more beneficial that we went through this exercise, because now you know where the pressure points are. Now you know where the cause and effects are of a complex system that's not fully modeled. No economist can fully model the very complex global economic system that we have. Too many nodal points. There's too many stochastic situations that can propagate through. It's chaos, all right? So to say that we're back to where we started is wrong. There are other things that have been popping out of this this exercise that will lead to positive outcomes. So this is the problem that I have with people like Times Radio and people on Bloomberg, and they're not sophisticated. They sound sophisticated. They may come from very prestigious universities, but they really do not solve problems based on nuance. They're not paying attention to the nuance. Now, part of it's because they hate Trump. Orange man bad. There's nothing that Trump can do right. Mentality with these people. But you got to look at the nuance. And that was the reason why I was so accurate during the 2020 crisis, because I understood the nuance. You listen to some of these podcasters and YouTubers and stuff that think they understand what happened in 2020. If you use the nuance test, they usually fail. All right. If someone says it's only this way, and it's only only this happened, and they're not understanding the full nuance of how the physiology effects are during that crisis. If they don't have nuance, you can't trust them.
Hi.
Keir Starmer would like to congratulate himself that he's maintaining a relationship with Donald.
The strategy that it is better to be his bosom buddy than it is not. So he hasn't taken the Carney approach, obviously, that Canada's new prime minister has taken. But yes, I would say the special relationship as of right now is intact. I think that President Trump thinks he has a quite warm relationship with Starmer. I think your ambassador in Washington has done a great job. And this trade framework that they have announced, I think, is evidence of that. It really did go from, the UK went from the back of the queue with President Obama to the very front of the queue with Trump. So yes, I think the devil is in the details, and we'll see what's actually delivered.
Because it could well be a meaningless queue. It could be a queue to a door that's just locked. Because ultimately, we can trumpet a trade agreement, but this really takes us more or less back to where we were before the great world of some of these tariff wars that we're going into.
That's right. And we're only 120 days into the
See what I mean? They don't understand the nuance. They didn't understand the nuance. See, one of the lessons learned from Steve Jobs, all right, he was being interviewed. I think this is when he had Next, before he came back to Apple. He was kicked out of Apple. He built up a company called Next, and he was building a software based on a Unix kernel. All right. So multi-threading operations were a lot easier. multitasking on the computer was easier, all right? And that was the software that led to the great rebirth of Apple when he came back. Apple bought the software and they switched the side, and that's the reason why they use the OS platform. It's called X, because it's coming from Next. All right, that's just inside baseball. But the thing is that he was being interviewed. All right, and he basically said, part of realizing what you can do in life is that you're not in a box. You can actually push onto the box, or he used the term bubble, and you can perturb the bubble. You can perturb and distort the bubble that we're in and change things. All right? So you have this complex system we call life, or let's go a little bit lower and say just the economy, which are both very complex systems. Life in general is much more complex, but the reality is that you can push on the bubble and distort it. And that's what Trump did. Now, I find it odd that these people that are constantly negative about Trump, constantly, and they're saying that his trade war was going to destroy the trade, and everyone's going to go into a depression and blah blah blah. All right, and you had Obama. What was Obama doing back during Brexit? The Britons decided to go eventually and just leave Europe. That's called Brexit. All right, and Obama, when he was president, was interceding or trying to intercede and saying, well, you should be really careful in what you do, because if you break away from Europe, then therefore you're going to get behind, get in the back of the queue, and you're not going to be this really important relationship between the United States and the UK will be diminished. All right. The reality of the situation, Brexit did happen, and the United States still close security alliance with UK that goes on and hasn't really stopped. So there is a special relationship between the United States and the UK. Then that's not going to change. But the thing is that you had an administration like Obama that was trying to go against the UK and protect globalization. All right. Why? Because you had a lot of multinational corporations that benefit from this labor arbitrage. You get huge margins, all right? And there is this dismantling of the United States. It's a lot easier to have a global new world order, a global order through the UN or some other mechanism if the United States falls. And the way you have the United States fall, erode civility in the United States and also its economic prowess. And then it'll be a decline and it'll be able to be taken over. But if we still maintain our economic prowess, we still have civility domestically, then we will be the greatest nation on earth for a very, very, very long time. And maybe we'll break that curse of the 400-year arc, where you can be a hegemon for a long time, crossing over centuries. We don't know yet. Maybe, maybe not. But we won't see it in our lifetime because it's so far out in the future. 250 years out. All right? 150 years out. So we can only work with the time frame of our life. And the chances of the fall of the United States during our lifetime is small. All right? Could it happen? Yes, but it's a small chance. But you have people that are literally trying to chip away at the prowess of the United States. Obama was one of them. So you have this group of people, sounds like Times Radio is one of them, that wants to continue on with the status quo of the global world order. And not really understand that, yes, during a certain epoch of time frame, that maybe globalization was a good thing. But that doesn't mean that globalization is a good thing all the time, and that you may need to revert back to localization, especially when you have important industries that are gutted, that are part of the military-industrial complex, and that are part of your military prowess. So if your nation is being threatened, it behooves you to actually strengthen those industries. Now we go into even further problems when we're dealing with grid warfare, energy warfare, cyber warfare, warfare in space. You know, the landscape for warfare has changed since World War II. So we have to be a little bit more cognizant of, like, do we have spectral dominance? All right. And in some cases, maybe we're losing spectral dominance. It's a really important feature to keep in mind. But you have a group of people that are pushing this new world order. They're pushing, well, if you are trying to break away, UK, if you break away, the United States under the Obama administration was just going to put you in the back of the queue because you're not a team player for globalization. Now Trump, fast forward to Trump, what is he doing? He's trying to do a reset to make trade more free. Trump said this. I mean, you got to remember, who has the tariffs first? The tariffs and the barriers and the IP issues and all that are the countries that we are dealing with in trade. They have them where they're preventing our goods and services to reaching their shores. Or if we do have manufacturing in their country and we're selling products and services there, they want ownership and control of the IP. So that's a problem. That's not free trade. Trump's wanting free trade. Have the best competitors without barriers compete for the market. He has said that. All right. But that's not what the Europeans want. The Europeans, and even the Chinese, want to put up barriers to protect their own industries, and heaven forbid the United States does the same. So you have people that are now demonizing Trump. How dare you perturb the New World Order? And then you do all these things and it perturbs the market. Of course it would perturb the market because the homeostasis was based on certain assumptions. But if you're changing those assumptions, then the system is going to change. But by perturbing the system, you've actually seen some opportunities that popped up. And that's what Trump has done. Now, did Trump do that on purpose, or did it just emerge and that's what happened? I don't know. Probably the latter, not the former. But the thing is, we have people here that are literally supporting the gutting of certain industries and having other countries getting those industries, and they're protecting those industries through less regulation, multinational corporations playing with the labor arbitrage, playing with the regulatory arbitrage. And these are the same people that are saying that climate change is a problem. If climate change is such a problem, then why are you so worried about the cost of your goods and services if you bring them back domestically? Because don't you think that making those products in China and shipping them on a boat overseas in mass, day after day after day, unloading them, putting them on a truck or on a train, and having them transported everywhere around the country, don't you think that causes some level of environmental problem and a burning of energy versus just making the products domestically? So what is it? What is it? Do you care about the price of goods and services, or do you care about the environment? Now, I personally think that we don't have to worry too much about climate change. I don't think it's really an issue. That's my personal belief. But I do think that there are regulations that are needed to keep air and water and the land clean. So you need regulation to do that. You don't want some sort of company polluting the environment. And we've had decades around the world of that. Proof positive of that kind of activity taking place. But with these liberals, it's like, what do you want? You want free goods? You want to play the arbitrage game? You want to play the, you want to have slave labor and have multinational corporations have very high margins? Or do you really care about the planet? Which one is it? Because the way it's happening right now, you can't have both. You can't have both. You're going to be burning more energy to ship those goods over the boat, because that's using fossil fuel, all right, than just having them manufactured in the country that's going to consume them. So what is it? Do you care about the environment, or do you care about cheap goods? That's the nuance. Remember what I was stating before. If you don't appreciate the nuance, you're just a talking head.
We have a long way to go. So things can change, right? But certainly the tactic that the Starmer government has taken is let's be friends.
China have got a very different relationship with...
And Harvard fellow from Belfort or whatever it was. Yeah. Just, you can see in her face, she's just patting herself on the back while she's being interviewed. Because she sounds smart. Where's the nuance, honey?
That's for very obvious reasons. But again, they might end up in a similar-ish sort of place. You talk about Carney approaching things differently. Is the actual underlying factor here that Trump talks about and then ultimately either folds or moves on to the next thing? And so the actual material change of much of his talk isn't that significant.
You got it exactly right. That's exactly what he's doing. So a 90-day pause on tariffs is what he has been doing for the past, 60 days or something. It's always 90 more days, 30 more days, and he gets a market bump from that, and that's exciting to him. And the American public sort of moves on to the...
It's called horizontal control, all right? You have a target, and that target is to bring back manufacturing in the United States. So when you're like flying a plane, all right, you don't just say, fly from JFK to, let's say, Geneva, all right, without changing your altitude because of wind patterns or maybe even a mountain that's coming, your way. You have to change your altitude. So sometimes you have to go a little bit lower, sometimes you have to go a little bit higher, but whatever, you're changing your altitude to get to your target. All right. What are some of the terms that Bessent has been saying? Calibration. Calibration. What does calibration mean? All right. If you're like looking at a microscope, for example, and you switch to a higher magnification, all right? So you turn the turnstile and then you get to a higher magnification, let's say 40x. You're going from 10x to 40x. You still need to calibrate. You still need to dial in a little bit to raise that platform to be able to get it into focus. You have to calibrate it. You change the magnification, and now you have to calibrate so you can see it clearly. All right? That's another example. I think the best example is the plane one. But the point here is you have to calibrate to your goal. So it's not backing off. It's calibration. Literally, our Treasury Secretary said that. It was calibration. So here, once again, people that think they're smart, don't understand the nuance, and get it wrong. And not only that, with deals, when doing deals, you always create on both sides, like you start creating these outlier goalposts. So one group will say they want, one thing, another group will say they want another thing, and then over time you chip away and you get to a middle ground, or somewhat middle ground, that both parties feel as though they're getting something out of it. And actually, psychologically, that is good during a negotiation. During negotiations, if one side never gets anything and they are only giving, then they feel that they aren't a true partner in the negotiations. So there's a psychological component to what Trump is doing too. Again, nuance. And they fail nuance. Harvard fellow, once again, not the smartest in the room. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met in finance came from Goldman Sachs. I'm not kidding about that. They're not the smartest people in the room, trust me. But people perceive that they're the smartest people in the room.
News cycle, if you think about the fact that the signal leak from the Department of Defense was a 1-week story, this is how fast the news cycle is moving. And as long as Trump has announceables to keep moving forward and keep moving the goalpost, there doesn't really need to be an actual lot of real work done.
But although at some point the check will have to be paid, Brent, and the question I suppose for the American public is, and it is for the world, he's such an important figure.
Hey, let's get this straight. She's saying that real work won't be done. Well, once they pass that big, beautiful bill, that's going to be a major work of accomplishment. Another thing that is going to be really important is actually changing our food supply so it's healthier. That's a major improvement. All right? If he can bring down healthcare costs radically, especially medication, that's a major improvement of getting things done. To say that Trump, how could she say that with a straight face and be associated with Harvard when the previous president, President Biden, was sleeping at the beach most of his presidency? And when he was awake, he was drooling on himself at the podium. Trump has done more since the inauguration than Biden has done in his whole presidency. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. No, what it is that he likes action. He's a chaotic individual. He wants to push the bubble. He wants to dent the universe, as Steve Jobs says. All right? He's testing it. He's okay, that didn't work so well. All right, let's try this. It's like a kid with a complex toy and he's playing around with it. All right? But it's okay. Because guess what? The status quo is not helping a lot of middle-class Americans. And in the end, middle-class America will be better off in the long run. Now, academia won't. Academia won't. You know why? Because he's cutting their funding. Why does Harvard feel that it is an obligation of the government to give them $1 billion a year? That's what Harvard's administration thinks, that it is the obligation of the U.S. government to give them $1 billion. Huh? But that's the status quo. Now let's deal with the nuance. With that $1 billion, there was mismanagement of how the faculty was teaching the student body. And that student body became galvanized through radical rhetoric from their faculty that led to the campus protests. And not only that, they disrupt commencements, they disrupt classes in session, they disrupt alumni functions. And now they're disrupting the actual prestige of these universities and potentially causing harm to future graduates and current graduates in being able to land their first job out of college. Because some of these schools are blacklisted now. But they wanted the status quo. The status quo was, give me $1 billion and we will just say whatever we want. With no ramification. With no real concern about the long-term effects in the society. Nuance.
Controls the news agenda in this country as much as he does in America. There'll have to be a concrete result somewhere along the line, won't there? I mean, we talk, will there be peace between Ukraine and Russia? Probably not. Will there be peace in Gaza? Probably not. Will these tariffs actually go anywhere, or will they be slowly rowed back to the point where we almost forgot how we started? All of those things suggest there might not be a tangible thing at the end.
So I think that there will be peace in Ukraine. I think of that as something that he cares a lot about because he has.
Yes, this is why I switched to injection-free weight loss. I was eating healthy, working out every day, and nothing would budge. I've lost, I think, 22 or 23 pounds at this point. I noticed that my weight was
that he cares a lot about because he has tied it to his own legacy. When that happens and how long the peace is, I don't know, but I do think he will get a deal there. In Gaza, that is actually, he's just...
Can you imagine if Trump wins the Nobel Peace Prize and how all those liberals and ultra liberals, their head is going to explode.
Implementing deals and ceasefires with Hamas that were made under the Biden administration that he's now taking credit for. But yes, in terms of everything else, I mean, I think it is actually incumbent on us and on you all in the news to sort of not take the bait because he is controlling the news cycle in the way that then we are sort of missing what is the detail and just moving on to the next thing. We have a long, long way to go. Like I said, we're only 120 days in. We have another 3.5 years.
And with Putin, it's an interesting point there about the deal because there's one version of events where he does a deal with Putin that isn't.
No. It's more than Trump is a. I'm sorry that I'm interrupting this so often. Even though Trump is a chaotic figure that's pushing the bubble, all right, testing the system, trying to change the system, which I think needs to be changed. I'm against globalization, all right, localization. I've seen NAFTA destroy economic clustering, especially in automotive in the United States, since the 1990s. All right, we need that economic clustering back, and that tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 supply chain. So that's really important. All right, but let me replay what she said here.
We have a long, long way to go. Like I said, we're only 120 days in. We have another 3.5 years.
Okay, so Trump is a chaotic figure that causes chaos. All right, but we're also moving towards that singularity point. And we're moving out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius, right? So we're reaching a pinch point, all right? And society is going through a new birthing, all right? There's like a rebirth, but that means that there's contractions. Just like in birth, there's contractions, and then eventually the child is born, all right? And so when you look at a funnel, all right, the sides of the funnel is spiraling. If you look at three-dimensionally, it's swirling and swirling and speeding up, right? So each revolution in the funnel, as it's getting closer to that singularity point, all right, is faster and faster and faster. That's what we're seeing with society, which goes many decades. Society is speeding up. Way before even Trump was born, all right? This has been happening. Now, it just so happens that Trump is a chaotic figure. And this year is probably going to be a year of 10 years of history all wrapped up in one, which, you know, we're all witnessing. And I said this right when Trump was elected. But the thing is that we as a society, we are seeing this pinch point, and things are going to speed up faster and faster and faster. Kurzweil has been saying this for a long time too, but applied it to AI, artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence. But there's this speeding up. If you work on a project and you're getting closer for launch of that project, that takes years to do, you'll notice that it gets, you know, the speed of getting it to the point of finalizations gets faster and faster versus that slow movement. And let's say in automotive, when you're doing the clay and you're trying to, you know, do the surfacing, that's a slow process. But eventually over time, once you get the parts and you start to build it and tweak it and maybe do some refinement and some redesign, and then all of a sudden it speeds up, and then all of a sudden the launch of the vehicle. All right, something very similar. So there are systems, small systems, complex systems, and large, complex social systems that have this funnel system. That as you're approaching that singularity, the activity speeds up. That's what we are seeing. We are feeling this because society is getting closer to the pinch point. Once again, more about nuance, more about understanding like the bigger picture, and you know, and being able to go into the granularity, you know, looking at the bigger picture, and then describing some features of the microscopic, the nuance parts. But they think it's all smoke and mirrors. If it was all smoke and mirrors, why has this speeding up of society been happening even before Trump was even president of the United States or even wanted to run for president of the United States? We've been getting faster and faster in activity. Why is that?
Putin, it's an interesting point there about the deal, because there's one version of events where he does a deal with Putin that is an unmanageable deal for Ukraine and for Europe. And then he says, well, I've done the deal. The deal is with Putin. And if you don't like it, that's on you, not on me. And he can control the narrative. So much of this is about narratives. I mean, Kate always talks about the story of politics. And I wonder if Trump he's taken that to the nth degree, isn't it? It doesn't really matter about underlying facts.
When my team pitched the idea, I thought it was impossible. The pan that sears like stainless, lasts like cast iron, and doesn't use toxic coatings.
It really matter about underlying facts. It matters about the tale you tell. And if he can tell a tale of, oh, I did a deal with Putin, it doesn't matter if the deal actually has no relevance in the real world, because the deal is the thing you can talk about.
That's right. So words matter here. I very specifically said that there would be a deal in Ukraine. I didn't say it would be a good deal. I didn't say it was going to be a deal that Ukraine would.
But the globalists want to be a perma-bearer and bring down Russia and extract its resources. Why are the intelligentsia, why are they taking the stance that they want to continue the death and destruction of war? Okay? And the realization that Ukraine can't be part of NATO because that is NATO right at Russia's back door or front door, literally front door. All right. That doesn't seem like a good idea if you want to have peace and prosperity. So you need a buffer zone, and Ukraine needed to be that buffer zone. Okay. That doesn't mean that Putin should have invaded. He shouldn't have. But the problem is that you had the intelligentsia for many decades, all the way since the fall of the Berlin Wall, using NATO as a mechanism to corner Russia to the point of capitulation. It's a bad strategy, and lots of people are dying. So Trump says, let's stop the killing. You know, the intelligentsia are saying, let's continue on the killing. For the sake of what?
With, or that anybody would be happy with, but there will be a deal. And you're absolutely right. The problem I think that we run into is that
is he absolutely right? Is he really absolutely right? How could he be absolutely right with what I just said?
Play that are smarter than Donald Trump and have a very good read on how to play Donald Trump. And one of those forces is Vladimir Putin. He understands what's important to Trump. He understands what to play. And I think Vladimir Putin is very much thinking to himself, well, I got away with Crimea in 2014. What can I get away with in 2025? To then get away with something in 2030. You know, it's always like playing.
Wait a minute.
Donald Trump is
2014, that was under Obama. And we know Obama's a pussy. Quite literally. I don't think that, do I think that there is a psychological profile by, you know, the KGB, you know, on Trump, you know, and how to, you know, to try to push his buttons in a positive or negative way? Yeah, I'm sure that they have a psychological profile, but the CIA has a psychological profile of Putin. All right, so I'm not so sure that there's that much of a gain in strategy there. Putin made a huge mistake, in my opinion, in my estimation. He didn't take the off-ramp. He could have took the off-ramp and actually de-escalated this issue. He has another chance to do it, but he would have been put into a better light internationally if he took the off-ramp when Trump offered it. I think that Putin realized by not taking that off-ramp earlier, it caused harm between the relationship between Russia and the United States. So there's increased probability that Putin won't make that same mistake again. But the thing is Putin is playing a dangerous game. If he keeps on playing this game and he doesn't want to take the off-ramp that Trump's offering, the United States may actually have to fund additional war effort with Ukraine and fight against Putin. And that could escalate into nuclear conflict. So this is a dangerous thing that's going on here that the intelligentsia put us into. The intelligentsia, because of them playing this whole expansion of NATO game, led us to this problem that we have that could lead to tactical nuclear war. But they're so smart. They're so smart. Trump's so dumb, and they're so smart.
Playing tactics and strategy to the next tweet or Truth Social post, China and Russia view things in decades.
And what about people in the US? Who influences Trump in the US?
No, so Trump just thinks that the next social post, in China and Russia think in decades. The United States has always been short-sighted. It's part of capitalism. It's part of our political system. But there's a strength to it, and that strength is being able to adapt to change rapidly. All right, it's built into the system. We adapt to change more rapidly, but we don't have a game plan. We don't have a master game plan. It's almost like the United States is almost like a random walk. Like, all right, where a random walk started based on watching someone drunk down the street and how they walked. All right, but you can mathematically model stochastics and model systems that have random walks, all right, in them. And in a lot of ways, the United States works in a kind of a random walk fashion. But that doesn't mean that it's not as superior, you know, or that it's inferior to other political system thinking. it's worked for us this far pretty well.
You got rid of our monarchy, and then you created a president who is more powerful than most monarchs. And he has this sort of monarchical vibe about him, Trump, doesn't he?
No, absolutely. And this administration, Trump 2.0, is so different from Trump 1.0. He has a stronger hold on his party. It's clearly evident. I mean,
he's older. He's more wise. He's battle hardened with the lawfare that took place. He was shot at. All right. I think that there's almost a little bit of a spirituality about him, and also if you watch him speak, there is a bit of a comedic relief in some of his speeches. All right. He wants to kind of joke around a little bit. I think he's starting to realize, you know what, life is short. You know, he's had a great life, honestly. All right. But the thing is, he's wiser. Trump 2.0 is a wiser guy. Not only that, he realized that the people that surrounded him in Trump 1.0, in his first administration, they didn't want him to succeed. They tried to create barriers to prevent the success of the Trump administration. But, you know, he was a little bit of a novice, you know, in his first term. He's not a novice now. I mean, he's doing pretty damn well. He's doing pretty damn well. Now, there's certain things that I disagree with Trump. I think that he needs to be much more forceful with Iran. But we'll see how that plays out.
Thinking about a lot is that we haven't really seen the real effect on the economy of all the dodging that's happening in the U.S. So because people haven't fully been laid off or they're on severance or whatever, we're not really going to see those jobs numbers come to fruition until like September, October, I'm reading. And then obviously if we're going to hit stagflation, we'll see that as well. So I keep thinking about the pace in which he is using executive action and corroborating power. And that hasn't happened in the U.S. since FDR. But FDR did it in the 40s, in the 30s and 40s, to put America back to work. And Donald Trump is doing it to put America out of work. And I don't see a situation where those political headwinds.
Long term, he wants to bring back the economic clustering to the United States and to be more self-reliant. So that's going to put people to work. In terms of government, the government has overspent our tax dollars and is a bloated organization. To say that the government should just keep on becoming more bloated and take more of our taxpayer dollars, no. Smaller government is better government. But the intelligentsia want to tell you, you got to keep on making your blinds for your windows in your home. You got to purchase them from China. You got to purchase your paint from China. You got to purchase your china from China. All right? You got to purchase everything in your house from China. All right? But how do you pay for it? You pay for it by having a government job and being part of the intelligentsia. Well, how does that paycheck get paid? Oh, we'll issue bonds and create debt only to have to tax the American citizen to pay the debt on government workers that are unproductive. They're economically unproductive. That's what the intelligentsia is supporting. Buy your paint for your house, buy your blinds, buy your china, all from China. And pay it with your government employer check. How is that productive? How?
When those real numbers start to happen. Right now, I think he is enjoying sort of this sort of resurgence of, well, maybe America should be pushing their weight around more, and maybe we are stronger than we have been portraying for the last 30 years. But once people can't pay their bills, once cars cost $5,000-$10,000 more because of tariffs, once your husband has been laid off from the federal government and does no longer have a pension,
maybe Americans need to stop spending so much time on bread and circus. Get in shape. Stop being so fat. Reduce your calorie intake, because most Americans are too fat. And the consumption, so many people living in the United States have too much. They're hoarders. They have just too much. Simplify your life and you will actually be happier. No, but you got to be a consumer and keep on consuming. Bring up that GDP, consume, consume, consume. What you really need to be is start thinking, stop the bread and circus, get in shape, take charge of your health, educate yourself and your family, and your kids, have good values, have those three pillars, God, country, and family, and produce. Build businesses, produce. Don't be, well, I'm just focused on being a consumer, just a consumer. Do you really need an iPhone every year, or every 2 years, or even every 3 years? No. Do you absolutely, in most cases, have to buy something brand new for clothing this year? Probably not. Do you absolutely have to go out to the restaurant to eat? Probably not. You could learn how to cook. See what I mean? If you simplify your life, you'll find that you'll have more money. And then you can save it. And then you'll have a better life in your geriatric years, instead of worrying how you're going to pay your bills. You know how many seniors today, that they retire, they may retire okay from 65 to maybe 70, and they start having problems financially after 70. There are lots of seniors that have this problem. And they have to choose between their Social Security and, to pay for food or to pay for medication. Some seniors cut their medication in half, and which to try to save money. In a lot of ways, that causes problems, especially if they're on heart medication. There's a refractory process that takes place if they decrease their dosage. But the problem that's a huge problem with seniors in the United States. But people have bought into the consumerism, not into being a producer. Take charge of your life, and you will far better. You will be much happier, and you will have more control with your life. But if you just keep with the bread and circus, you will eventually pay down the road, either through your health or through or through just higher costs. And you won't be able to afford it because you spent all of it during the good old years. And corporate America doesn't care, because those CEOs at that time were getting their bonus checks, getting their options, selling out, buying their big homes, their fancy cars, right? Do you think Tim Cook really deserves to be a billionaire? He didn't build Apple. He never coded any. He was an accountant. Does he deserve to be a billionaire? Really? 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 But you had a compensational package to give him stock options, and give him stock options, and get him stock options. And then, to make matters even worse, He pushes this whole, liberal woke agenda at Apple.
These are real political forces that are going to catch him right at the time that Congress starts campaigning for the midterms next year.
So we'll see. The honeymoon period may be still going on, but won't last forever. Shannon, really interesting stuff. Great to speak to you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
I could have summed it up really quick. That over 8 minute clip. It's this simple. If the stock market is at an all-time high in 2026 during the midterm elections, the GOP is going to win. If it's not, the GOP has a problem. But the way Trump is setting this up, the economy is going to be better, and people are actually going to have more money in their pockets. Now, don't be stupid and waste it. Use it to invest in your future and in your health. If you invest in your future and your health, then you will have it will be better off in the long run for you. All right? It's really important. You got to invest in your health. If you don't, you're going to have problems in your geriatric years. And if you don't believe me, start paying attention to the boomers that are aging now, or pay attention to certain people in your family or extended family as they're aging in their late 70s or early 80s. See what's happening. Watch on how they spend their money. Watch on the worries that they have. Look at some of the problems that they have psychologically or either physiologically. And that's where you're going to go. Most of the population is going to be there. Now, do you want to be there or not? If you pay attention to me, you are going to mitigate some of the problems that you see with these individuals that are in their late 70s or early 80s in terms of health. Got to take care of yourself. Don't buy into the bread and circus. You're going to have a problem. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades. All right? I've been on this journey of health and wellness ever since I was 16 years old. Why? Why 16? Because I saw a lot of people dying from heart attacks in my family. All right. Resveratrol will soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It'll also help to reduce stress in the cell and help with the mitochondrial health. It'll boost up your energy levels. And resveratrol will help with youthful gene expression, really important, and help to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Resveratrol stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. Take it with these other supplements to get the max benefit. Now, a good stack, like I said with resveratrol, is the clarity factor. Clarity factor will get rid of brain fog. It's going to allow for you to concentrate. So that's really important if you're in school or if at work, to be able to concentrate, get rid of that brain fog. Even if you're retired, it'll help you to concentrate on tasks. And by having those neurons firing and building those neurotransmitters and shooting those neurotransmitters through those neurons, you're building more neural networks, what I call positive neuroplasticity. Those dendritic connections are going to improve. You're going to think faster. You're going to have better memory. You're going to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate better. Take it every day. Take the clarity factor and improve your neural connections, improve that memory, and stack it, like I said, with resveratrol. It's a great way to improve neural health. Now, it's also important when you get older to reduce the load on your pancreas. As we reach 40 years of age, no matter what health level you're at, we have a declining pancreas, all right? So you need to kind of help your pancreas out. So when you're eating, guess what? You should be taking digestive enzyme complex. Why? Because it helps to break up the carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Reduce the load on the pancreas and allow you to absorb those nutrients, put less load on your GI system. Take it every day. If you're an athlete, you can also use digestive enzyme complex to be able to break up your pre or post workout fuel source and reduce that load on your pancreas. So again, digestive enzyme complex is super important. If you're age 40 or older, take it every day. And like I said, stacking does wonders for slowing down the aging process. Clarity factor to help with your neural health and support your memory. Resveratrol to have youthful gene expression, all right, and reduce stress on the cell and help with the mitochondrial health. And digestive enzyme complex to help with your pancreas and to break up your food. Please go to my store, get the stack, use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Let's see here.
You might know Harbor.
All right, let's go to Al Jazeera.
To his release.
Well, I think that every Israeli who is now sitting at home and watching television, as well as thousands of Israelis who are gathering in Tel Aviv in the Capitol Square, are very excited. But on the other hand, I think that it's mixed with an embarrassment or maybe humiliation that we really realize that our Prime Minister, our government is either too weak to force the Hamas to allow those young people. Actually, Idan was an Israeli soldier. He volunteered. He was sent by this government to the field. And the Israeli government did not have the feeling of enough responsibility to bring him back home. And the mothers and the fathers who are about to say goodbye to their children who are drafted and going to the army are questioning, are we sure that if something happens to them and they will be captured by the enemy, will this government do its utmost to bring them back home? And you know, we have the most nationalistic government, patriotic, and what we see is that they are taking orders from a foreign government. Of course, the United States is not another country. The United States has could have been back in Israel months ago.
Okay, Akiva, many thanks for that. Akiva Elder speaking to us there from Tel Aviv. Now, I just want to move on to some other stories briefly. A major breakthrough has been made in the trade war between the world's two biggest economies, sending stocks and the US dollar sharply higher. The US and China have agreed to roll back reciprocal tariffs for 90 days. Now, speaking after the talks in Geneva, the US Trade Representative said Washington has agreed to slash the levies on Chinese imports from 145% to 30%. Beijing has agreed to a similar cut from 125% to 10%. Marks has the latest from Geneva.
At a packed press conference in Geneva, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent explained the substantial progress he promised the night before.
Both sides on the reciprocal tariffs will move their tariffs down 115%. We've had very robust discussions. Both sides showed great respect
He and the US Trade Representative Jameson Greer took part in intensive weekend negotiations. Besides a sunny Lake Geneva in a Swiss government villa, where officials agreed that US tariffs on Chinese imports should drop back from 145% to 30% on most products for the next 90 days, with the Chinese side agreeing to much the same. China's top official here, the Vice Premier for Economic Affairs, He Lifeng, indicated Beijing would not give ground easily.
China doesn't want to fight a trade war because trade wars produce no winners. But if the US insists on forcing this war upon us, China will not be afraid of it and will fight to the end.
The two countries have now created a consultation mechanism for further talks that could take place here, the US, China, or pretty much anywhere else. And this move ultimately marks a softening of recent US rhetoric too, as Secretary Weston acknowledged.
The consensus from both delegations this weekend is neither side wants a decoupling. And what had occurred with these very high tariffs, as Ambassador Greer said, was the equivalent of an embargo, and neither side wants that.
And even if an agreement is reached in the next 3 months, President...
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
It is Artie Fleischer. He's on Fox News all the time. There are other conservative Republicans who have come out and said, no, Mr. President, do not do this. And of course, while you and Mike were talking about this, I'm thinking, what happened to Made in America? We can't have dolls and pencils made overseas, but he can have a plane? I mean, you know.
The reason why, of course, if she pays attention to the news cycle, and he said it in the speech that he did today, in the Oval Office, he stated he's upset with the slow walking of the new plane by Boeing. And part of the problem is because of the Biden administration. So this is a potential solution to the problem.
America. I mean, we got a piece of that, although maybe designed and outfitted in Qatar. This is going to be a story that lasts a while.
This Rick Davis is a dipshit. You know why? I mean, okay, he's Stone Court Capital LP. All right? He should be spending his time in looking at the market and tactically making moves so his clients are making money with what Trump is doing with this tariff war. I told you how to make money in doing it. So it's not, it's very possible. If you've been following what I've been telling you to do, you'd make money, all right? He should be doing the same for his clients instead of talking on Bloomberg all damn day. And not only that, he bores his dog. Rick Davis bores his dog. His dog is sleeping on the couch or on the chair, right there. He's sleeping on the chair because his dog is so damn bored with what Rick Davis has to say.
To retrofit, in addition to the new one that we're building before the end of the administration.
It's an excellent point, Rick, and obviously this story is going to be kept in the news at least for this week because President Trump is going to be spending time in Qatar this week and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. He is on board the current Air Force One heading to the Middle East right now. And Rick, I wonder what outcome you really expect from this first big trip abroad of his second administration, not focusing necessarily on geopolitical issues or regional conflict. Instead, we understand he's mostly there to try to secure money, investments into the United States. This just about deal making?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is. I was actually on the president's trip to Saudi Arabia in May of 2017 when, he basically was trying to reopen Saudi Arabia for investment and foreign direct investment into the United States. And that worked for a little while, but the Biden administration kind of chilled that out. So I think this is to retro start that, right? Get it going again. Let's get those Saudi dollars, the UAE, Qatar dollars, get the GCC into investing in the United States. And I'm sure there'll be questions with these folks about the price of oil, how much pumping is going on. Nothing is more obsessive to Donald Trump than the price of a gallon of gasoline. And these folks in the Middle East have a lot to do with that. So My guess is the one thing that's probably not going to be a news story, and it would be interesting if it was, is whether or not he can convince the Saudis to enter into an Abraham Accord, and something he was very proud of in his first term with Israel. But it just seems Israel's not on this agenda this week.
Jeannie, how critical is it for the president to show continued progress when it comes to those investments? He started really on his first full day in office announcing that kind of an economic push from abroad into the U.S. So remember that big Softgate AI data center announcement, and from there it's been off to the races. How much more are we looking for, and how much more will he be able to follow through with all of it?
Yeah, I think the concern of many of us is the question of whether this is about investment in the United States or investment in Donald Trump, his companies, his sons, his family, Steve Witkoff's family. I mean, he is famously not going to Israel this trip. He is going to Qatar. He is going to Saudi Arabia. These are places where just in the last few weeks and months, his sons have talked about deals they have struck in the interest of the Trump family and the Trump business. They have talked about this Gulf agreement. They have talked about this crypto agreement that was made and that they have benefited from. So yes, I mean, if the focus is on investment in the U.S., that is absolutely something to be welcome. But I think the concern here, just like the concern about the airplane, is this really about the U.S. and what's in the interest of U.S. security? Or is it about Donald Trump and his family and friends? And you see real evidence, if you just look at where they've been traveling and what they've been posting, that a lot of the focus is on the latter, unfortunately.
Rick, I want to return to where you ended your last answer, as you mentioned Israel perhaps not being as much in focus. And we should point out that today, back in Israeli territories, the last living American Israeli hostage that was being held by Hamas, Adnan Alexander. This appears to be a release that was essentially negotiated singularly without necessarily Israel being involved. And whether you're looking at this particular instance, knowing there are still remaining hostages in Gaza, whether you look at the kind of truce that has been really gotten to by the U.S. and the Houthis, the U.S. talking to Iran, all of it kind of paints a picture of President Trump being, if not at odds, at the very least not as in alignment with the Netanyahu government as was thought when he came into office. Is he still the best friend Israel's ever had?
I think he's still probably the best friend Israel's ever had, but I'm just not sure Bibi Netanyahu is going to think of him as the best friend he's ever had. You struck a good chord. Donald Trump's out doing his own deals with the Houthis and with the Hamas, and the reality is you never hear about that beautiful development in Gaza anymore. That was a real lift to Bibi Netanyahu's war plans and be able to clean that out and actually move Palestinians out of there. So much of that early, first month in office when there seemed to be an incredible link between the two countries and the two presidents has seemed to pretty much vanish. Now, there are other priorities, and it doesn't mean that the president has lost his affinity for the prime minister, but the reality of it is that this was a week where you would have thought the president would have ended his Middle East tour in Jerusalem, a big victory lap based on his relationship with the Israeli people and with Bibi Netanyahu, but didn't seem to come to pass.
Yeah, Jeannie, with about a minute left, we also may see the president take a detour to Turkey for talks on Ukraine. How much pressure is he under to deliver and show some more progress there?
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure, a lot of it self-imposed, because we're long past his 24, 48-hour window, Mike, for him to get this deal done. But weirdly, over the weekend, he seems to be negotiating with Zelensky on his own. I mean, Putin seems to be out of it. He's saying to Zelensky, just make a deal, end the...
I have to shut her up. All right, so all these experts, all these financial and econometric experts, economists, they were saying the dollar is gonna weaken. The dollar is gonna weaken. Trump is, destroying the dollar. The Euro USD is trading at 1.10. That means the dollar is strengthening. The Japanese yen is trading at 148.58. That means the dollar is strengthening. All right. Now, also on the watch list on my dashboard, the pound relative to the USD is trading at 131. It's down. That means the dollar is strengthening, not weakening. All right? So all these experts that were talking on the weekend about how Trump's policies are so bad for the dollar literally flipped the whole narrative on its head. And like I said, 4 weeks ago, don't bet against America. She will always surprise you. And once again, DrPaulCottrell is right. All right, let's talk about Boomer Boost. This is the last pillar, the fourth pillar of the core protocol. The first pillar, max 35, max 14, boost up the immune system. C60, the second pillar, to soak up free radicals. The third pillar helps with your cardiovascular health and boost up your immune system by taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. And the fourth pillar, Boomer Boost. Rev up your metabolism, boost that metabolism up, and you're gonna have lots of energy. Now this has 68 nutrients. It's a powder. You can take a look at the label on my website. It's very comprehensive. It's a great way to get healthy. It targets multiple systems. Targets your heart, your vascular system, your brain function, your musculature and your strength, and your energy levels and your metabolism. You will lose weight by taking this. You take 1 scooper a day, either for breakfast or for lunch. Mix it with soft foods or a smoothie or filtered water or even milk. Take it once a day and you're gonna lose weight and your energy levels are gonna increase. Your energy levels will be throughout the whole day, no spiking, and you're gonna feel the effects, the positive effects of Boomer Boost within 72 hours of taking it. Now, this is a great way to safely lose weight, to build up energy levels, and to target different systems like your brain health and your cardiovascular. Do resistance training, some cardio, some balancing exercises, and stretching to improve your overall health and fitness. Now, again, you take this every day and you're gonna rev up your metabolism. Very important. So this is great stuff, all right? Now, you can also take barley, the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, by itself or mix it with the Boomer Boost. It's better that you mix it with the Boomer Boost because you get a synergistic effect to help to control your A1C levels. I have gladiator barley and heirloom barley. Now, the barley is high density protein. You can't get this at this barley at a regular grocery store. Special barley, right? It's a powder. You take 1 scooper of this a day or a half a scoop and mix it the same way you mix the Boomer Boost. Soft foods, filtered water, milk, smoothie, however you want to take it. You take it for your breakfast or for your lunch, all right? And this is a high density protein. It will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, which is very important for your immune system, very important for your cardiovascular system. And by bringing down inflammation, you recover quicker if you work out. And it'll soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. Very important to take. Now, if you want the added benefit of building up strength, taking gladiator barley is what you want to do. You get all the benefits of the heirloom barley, detoxification, bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, but this also helps to build muscle. It stacks really well with Myotrol that I have on my store. And again, you can take the heirloom barley and the Boomer Boost or the gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost once a day, breakfast or lunch, to supercharge the superfood, all right? And you're going to gain strength and control your A1C levels. Make sure you apply a holistic approach to your life. That is, make sure you drink your water that's filtered. Make sure that you stay away from processed foods. Be cognizant of the air quality around you. Exercise all 4 modalities. That's cardio, resistance training, weightlifting, stretching, balancing exercises. All 4 modalities are very important. Mindfulness or spirituality to calm down your central nervous system and go into parasympathetic. Proper sleep, learning new things, talking to people, reading and writing, really important. When you apply a holistic approach to your life and you add the proper supplementation, you're going to slow down the aging process. You're going to have more energy and you're going to have more vitality. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley and the Boomer Boost. You can take them separately or you can take them together to get the max benefit. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator barley. Make sure you use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. So that's the end of my transmission. We've been going on Rumble for 5 hours and YouTube for, I think, 4 hours, 4.5 hours or so. So thank you for watching the show, watching the stream on Rumble, on YouTube, on X Spaces, and also on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Please help support my work. Go to my store, get the products that I offer, and help support the work that I do to inform the public on how to get healthy. All right? And not only that, I'm telling you how to navigate through these tumultuous times. All right? If you did what I told you to do, if you follow my lead, you will get healthy and you will benefit with the financial markets. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.